To formally commence this program, we ask that you please rise for the invocation. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the PWU hymn.
All Ayang magiliw, perla sa silanganan, alam na puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, yan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka pasisilip, sa dagat at puno, sa simoy kasalangit mo bukaw, may gilagang tuna, awis sa pantayang minamahal, ang islap ng watawat mo'y nagungkay na nakikinig, ang bituin ng araw niya kailan pa may magbibiling, lupa ng araw ng walhan pang sila, may langit sa piling mo, ang ligaya ng may magbaki, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 2025 PWU Research Masterclass with a theme, AI Guided Writing Clinics for Funding Approval and Research Methodologies and Journal Publication Writing, here at the Conrado Benitez Hall, organized by the Research Development Office. I am Rodfield Bartolo, the Master of Ceremonies for this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for the presence of each and everyone here today. The PWU Research Masterclass represents a structured, university-wide initiative comprising seminars and workshops focused on research development. This program is designed to mentor both nascent and established scholars within PWU community, facilitating their progression from the conceptualization of ideas to their dissemination through international publication. Now, to give us the opening remarks, allow me to call on stage the Research Director and Quality Assurance Coordinator of PWU, Dr. Daniel D. Dasig. Let us give him a round of applause.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed school deans, program chairs, our faculty members, graduate researchers, students and colleagues in the academic and industry sectors, my friends, research directors and representatives from the South Manila Educational Consortium, to our key officials of the university. It is both an honor and privilege for me to welcome you on behalf of our university president, Mr. Alfredo Benetes, and our chancellor and senior vice president for academic affairs, Dr. Felina Yang, to this highly anticipated University Research Masterclass. This masterclass brings 100 of members of our academic and industrial colleagues, leaders, scholars, emerging researchers, and educators united by a shared commitment to deepen our research capabilities and elevate the scholarly contributions of the Philippine Women's University in the international scholar community. Your presence today is a testament to our collective aspiration to strengthen the university's role as a research-oriented, research-engaged, and globally connected, driven institution. Today's masterclass focuses on two strategic competencies essential for modern scholarship. This masterclass, AI-guided writing for funding acquisition and advanced methodologies and journal publication. This is not only about technical skills, this is also about how to use emerging and transformative tools. They empower our faculty, our graduate students, researchers, and scholars to pursue groundbreaking technologies, solutions, and ideas, secure competitive grants, and publish in highly reputable international journals. With this as an inaugural activity for the research program of Research and Development Office, we would like to advance our university's long-term goal towards academic excellence, sustainability, global engagement, and quality assurance. In line with the university's vision, this program aims to strengthen our institutional capacity in research, in leadership, and in grant acquisition. Secondly, we want to empower researchers to craft competitive, highly impactful, and socially significant proposals. And lastly, we want, of course, to elevate the quality of researches that we produce, the visibility of universities' publicly available scholarly output of our faculty, students, and even our admin personnel, most particularly in global platforms. Today we are joined by our global experts. We have Dr. Amit Joshi, the Research Director of the Global Knowledge Research Foundation. He will bring us to an invaluable insights on research and innovation, leadership, and global collaboration platforms. We're also privileged to have our masterclass resource speakers. First one is Professor Dr. Nilanjan Day. He is one of the top 2% scientists in the world, globally ranked by the Stanford University and Elsevier. He is a visiting fellow of the University of Reading in United Kingdom for biomedical engineering. Welcome to the Philippines. Welcome to PWU. We're also joined by a friend from United Kingdom, Mr. Aninda Bose from Springer Nature. And we're happy to welcome Dr. Eva Tuba, Assistant Professor of Computer Science from Trinity University of San Antonio, Texas, in the USA. Welcome to our humble university. We're 106 years already, and welcome to the Philippines. So their expertise will enrich our learning ecosystem and strengthen our international and academic networks. So to our faculty, to our graduate students, undergraduate students, to our participants online, to our school deans. We have 14 schools. Thank you for joining with us and of helping me welcoming our resource speakers. And on behalf of the university, thank you for your presence, your enthusiasm, and your dedication to advancing the research culture of the university. Welcome to the Philippine Women's University Masterclass. Welcome to Philippine Women's University. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dasig, for your insightful opening remarks. At this time, we are privileged to present an audiovisual message from the University of the Philippine Women's University, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez. Let us now turn our attention to the screen.
Good afternoon to our faculty, researchers, and distinguished guests. I'm grateful to be with you today, albeit virtually. Gatherings such as this affirm PWU's dedication to scholarship, innovation, and global engagement. I extend my appreciation to the Research and Development Office, headed by Dr. Daniel Dasig, and to our Chancellor and SVPAA, Dr. Philippine Young, for their continued leadership in strengthening our research culture and cultivating a vibrant, future-ready academic community. Today's masterclass holds significant importance for PWU. It enhances our institutional capacity in research leadership, grant writing, and international publication. It equips our scholars with the essential skills needed to craft competitive proposals and to elevate our research productivity, visibility, and global relevance. As PWU advances its academic mission, mastery of these competencies becomes central to sustaining long-term institutional growth. The timing of this masterclass is both strategic and forward-looking. By aligning it with the first international conference on machine learning and technologies for sustainable development in 2025, we maximize the presence of global expertise and strengthen our international academic networks. This synergy accelerates our efforts towards internationalization, global collaboration, and research-focused institutional advancement. In this regard, we are deeply honored to welcome three distinguished speakers whose work influences contemporary research landscapes across technology, publishing, and interdisciplinary fields. Dr. Amit Joshi, Conference Chair of MCT for SD 2025, brings extensive experience in research leadership and global knowledge networks. Dr. Nilajan Dey, recognized for his groundbreaking contributions to biomedical engineering and listed among the world's top scientists in the Elsevier and Stanford University Global Rankings, offers expertise in developing AI-guided competitive funding proposals. Dr. Animda Bose of Springer Nature provides vital guidance on research methodologies and publication strategies for high-impact journals. Their presence today reflects their confidence in PWU's growing research environment and signals our institution's readiness for deeper engagement with global academic communities. Research leadership plays a central role in PWU's long-term development. It strengthens teaching, drives innovation, and enhances our global positioning. A strong research culture empowers our scholars to generate impactful knowledge, secure grants, and contribute meaningfully to national and international development priorities. This masterclass also serves as an opportunity to empower our faculty and researchers by supporting your efforts to write stronger proposals, publish internationally, and expand your academic collaborations. PWU remains firmly committed to sustaining your scholarly growth and to fostering a research environment that supports creativity, rigor, and innovation. Last but not the least, today's engagement reflects PWU's forward-looking vision. By expanding global partnerships, increasing research outputs, and cultivating a dynamic academic ecosystem, we aim to strengthen PWU's role as a research-engaged, internationally competitive institution that contributes to knowledge production and societal advancement. I encourage all our participants to take full advantage of today's program. Engage actively, ask thought-provoking questions, and transform the insights you gain into meaningful research outputs. Let this masterclass inspire proposals, publications, and collaborations that elevate PWU's research culture and reinforce our presence in the global academic community. To our speakers, organizers, and participants, thank you for your dedication and support. May today spark renewed commitment to research excellence, institutional development, and global engagement. Together, let's build a stronger, more innovative, and internationally connected PWU. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and enriching masterclass.
Thank you, President Benitez, for your inspiring words. We are deeply grateful for your continued leadership and vision. All right, everyone, get ready. It's time to unveil sustainable, social, and strategic futures. To do the honors of introducing our incredible keynote speaker, please welcome the Research Director again and Quality Assurance Coordinator of the Philippine Women's University, Dr. Daniel Dasig.
Thank you. Dr. Amit Joshi is the Director of the STEAM Global Knowledge Research Foundation in India, with over 15 years of experience in strategizing transformative initiatives in education sector and technology. His work spans across policy implementation, institutional collaboration, research promotion, and capacity building and connections with more than 100,000 researchers globally, representing more than 2,000 educational institutions. He is also our international conference chair for the ongoing International Research Conference on Machine and Computing Technologies for Sustainable Development happening virtually. But we had our on-site presentations yesterday at Asian Institute of Management. Dr. Amit is a key contributor to advocate for the National Education Policy 2020 and has focused on aligning institutional practices with policy's vision, especially in the areas of foundational literacy and numeracy, experiential learning, critical thinking, multidisciplinary curriculum, and holistic report cards. Dr. Amit's academic journey includes Bachelor of Technology, Masters of Technology, Doctor of Philosophy, and postdoctoral research completed in India and abroad. He has visited and collaborated with top educational institutions and schools across over 30 countries in the world, including that of at the United States of America, Europe, Middle East, and Asia to integrate global practices into the Indian context. In addition to his work at Global Knowledge Research Foundation, he also serves as the director at the Knowledge Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where he forged strong industry academic linkages to bridge the gap between secondary, higher education, and future career pathways. He is also connected with many academic and industry organizations where he is focusing on associations on research and various sectors at global levels, organizing many conferences, delegations on world forums, and has visited more than 25 countries overall. He participated in the World Summit on Integration Society in 2022 at Geneva, Switzerland, organized by the International Telecommunication Union. And also recently, he represented India at the BRICS Plus Municipal Forum at Russia during the November 2025. He served also as the International Young ICT Chair for the International Federation for Information Processing in Austria, an organization established by UNESCO, where he focused on uniting the youth worldwide through education. He has more than 100 books authored and edited globally, available online for global consumption. He continues to shape thought leadership in evolving landscape of education. As the Director of Research and Development Office, I'm happy to welcome you to the PWU and to the Philippines, Dr. Amit Joshi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So you heard few strategic words from the president of the university, and very common words were strategic, sustainable, and social. And here I am to present my experiences on sustainable, social, and strategic futures. When these three words comes to your mind, what is the impact you create in your mind? It's about doing something better for us, for society. Is it something like that, or it's more beyond that? We'll see in the journey. So when we talk about sustainable, social, and strategic, we are socially developed. We are trying to get more socially developed. But are we sustainable? We have to think about it. And we have to create strategies which can make us sustainable. Next slide, please. Can I have the slide bar to change? The slide, yeah. That will be easy. So we have now moved from an era which was long back. I hope and I think that Philippines is also a country which has been ruled over 400 years through various countries, Spanish and Japanese and all. And we have struggled to build our futures. So at the time when the struggle was at the peak, security, sustainability, and social futures were not actually present. We were focused and we were catalyzed to preserve us. That was the only important. We didn't talk about sustainable, social, or anything, but we talked about why we have to preserve us, because if we remain, we can build our futures. So the strategic thing at that time was to save the humanity, the humankind. So that's why they built the walls of the cities where the people lived, the castles where people used to spend their times and live their nights and all. So starting from castles, you can see that was a physical security thing, that how that has evolved into an era when we are talking about sustainable. So it moved from a castle era where security, physical security was important, and we did it through walls, creating walls of our city. If you go to old Manila, you'll find the strategic walls around the city that were made because we wanted to preserve us. That was the prime importance at that point of time. But it's not today. Today is something different. We'll talk about it. And then we went to an industrial era where manufacturing and a lot of people came into the city, tried to develop a city, a new model of city, and the industry's growth happened. Then we came to a digital era where the connectivity started booming up. We were connected, like if we talk about 2000 to 2010 era, it was time when we connected from one to another through digital scenarios, through digital tools, through phones, through mobile phones, through cabled phones, through internet. That was the time. So that era has again passed. Then came the era of innovation and intelligence, which we are currently now. This is the era of innovation, intelligence. We are talking about innovation today. We are talking about entrepreneurship. And we are talking about intelligence, that we have to be intelligent. But the much broader and beyond aspiration is the sustainable era, where we have to talk about people, planet, and our purpose of life. So what our ancestors has given us the privilege by saving the humanity, saving the mankind, that's why we are here today. So we have to think about our generations, and for that, sustainable is the new era. And to make us sustainable, research is the only way out. So we have to understand that why this research masterclasses and why you need to really, really focus on research. Because what research you will do today, it will not be impacted today. It will be impactful in future. So you have to think about it and move ahead with that. Next slide, please. Now, defining sustainable, social, and strategic futures. So, think about AI today. What AI is doing? AI is changing your lifestyle. AI is changing the work you do in different ways. AI is making you sometimes helpless, sometimes productive, and sometimes innovative. But is it the only thing AI is making you? AI is giving you a platform, a way to develop and change your life if you use it in a very, very positive way. And believe me, it is nothing more than AI which can really change your lives. I see a lot of debate going on whether AI is going to change your life or it will be digitally harmful to us. But if you use it in a very strategic and sustainable way, it is the future and we have to live with AI. Now AI is not going to stop and it will not be going to backward. It will only move forward and we have to start living with AI. Today we have a digital replica of each one of us somewhere in the servers across the globe, and we are already on that digital era. So even if we remain today or not, but our presence will always be on those servers. It is never going to destroy. So we have to think about that how we have to be inclusive with purpose for better sustainable era, better sustainable future. And for this, strategic tech and innovation are the important factors where how to use technology and innovation to create that strategic futures we are talking about this. But out of when we talk about sustainable strategic, it is fine. We also need to develop our social futures. Because when we talk about social futures, it is not about you and me. It is always about us. So we have to think as a university that it is about the university students. When we talk about as country, it is about our country relations with other. When we talk about humanity, it is about the people of the earth. And when I come from a country where I represent almost 17% of the humanity in the world, it is a big number which really creates an impact of the sustainable era we are going ahead with. So that's how innovations should be developed, that you need to figure out that how the world's population of around 8 billion people can be catered today in 2050, in 2200 and beyond. So you have to think about those futures. Next slide, please. So when I come from India, so I'll talk about slightly about India, then I'll talk about world, and I'll come back to Philippines, that what Philippines is doing. So where we are heading, go ahead, please. Next slide. So this is India's sustainability vision and what initiatives our Indian government is taking in form of creating an impactful vision for sustainability. So one is Panchamrit, where India targets net zero by 2017 with 50% of renewable energy capacity building and focused on cutting the carbon intensity and reducing fossil fuel dependence. So why we are talking about this? Because research needs the information of all this. You can do only research when you know the factual things that which kind of sustainability we are looking forward to achieve. I know that many of you are from technology sectors, but research is just a part of technology. Technology is just a small part of research, but research is something very, very different and very, very broader, because research brings impactful decisions based on their analysis. And to prove that research, we need a long sustainable vision. Then next is we had the National Hydrogen Mission, where green hydrogen in India is emerging as a clean energy initiative. It strengthens energy security, drives decarbonization, and build India's global leadership. We also are focusing on the digital public infrastructure, where we have created avenues like UPI, various banking schemes, various social media schemes, that how we are digitally connected as a society and as a country. So this is about digital public infrastructure. Another is about, in the same category, it is digital health, where every data of health of every citizen of the country is stored in one single document, which can help the analysis of how diseases are spreading among the communities and localities and their peripheries. Another is Aadhaar and DigiLocker. Aadhaar is a unique identification number given to every Indian in this new digital era, which symbolizes that every single citizen is unique and has its own strengths and has its own identity, digital identity. That is what Aadhaar is. DigiLocker, I can talk about many more initiatives, but let's focus on the Vision 2047, because our government is focusing to make India sustainable by 2047. So a lot of these initiatives, including the upskilling of various, you can say, departments in the government sector, including education, including, you can say, transportation, everywhere upskilling is going on, that you need to adopt the new generational skills to promote our citizens to a better lifestyle. So that's how it is. Moving ahead, next slide, please. So this is, I talked about India, now I am taking it to the global scenario, what the world is doing, how the world is progressing towards sustainable environment or sustainable era. So there are few of the strategic plannings I have showcased here. One is the UN SDGs. Everyone knows that we have 17 SDGs and we are working effectively to create the sustainable development models. Even there are few initiatives in the Philippines as well, which is where government is focusing on these SDGs and the planning of these. Then there is a EU Green Deal, where EU and India clean energy and climate partnership is focusing. US Climate Innovation Act, again about the climate change. They are focusing into a creativity. Then comes the Paris Agreement, where the net carbon zero emission has to be achieved by 2070 by India and the countries which have signed those Paris Agreement. They believe that. Next slide, please. So innovation and technology as enablers. How we can see these innovation and technology as enablers. Next slide, please. So where innovation meets purpose and people. Innovation is all about the purpose for the people. So we have to create innovations which can help people, which can make the lifestyle of people better, which can make them comfortable. That's how we are focused. And for these, we have to adopt sustainable design and green innovation, social impact optimization, intelligence and inclusive automation. Intelligent word is really catchy here. Intelligence is not the only solution. Intelligence means you are doing things in a very, very intelligent way. You are reducing the time frame of a task which you are doing, and you are innovating some new methods intelligently which can change the life cycle of those tasks. So here intelligence doesn't mean only that you are reducing. You are finding different ways to do that. And when I say different ways, it could be anything. It could be changing the university infrastructure here. It could be changing the thought process or philosophy of the university, or you can talk about damn anything. Intelligence is something very different. It's not only about one single thing. It is whole about the future. Next slide, please. So innovation pathways around the world, what the world is building and how our country is contributing into it. Next slide. So these are the few examples of sustainable startups which India has promoted over the time. So if we talk about energy segment, then we have Arthur Energy and Ola Electric, where the mobility has totally been moved to an electric scenario, where bikes, e-bikes, cars, and everything is coming up. Another one is Fasal, which is a climate-smart agri-tech-based system, which is helping the Indian agriculture system based on IoT and AI to check where you need to crop different crops. So that's how it is changing. Another is Recycle, which is for digital circular economy. It is recycling the digital waste what we are producing, because that is also a very, very big challenge. The data servers waste, the data tools waste, the storage devices waste. It is going to be a big hassle and hazard in the times to come. So this recycle is changing that scenario. And the last one is Log9 materials. It is climate resilient batteries impact, because we are talking a lot about batteries these days in electric vehicles, in your systems, in laptops. Everywhere semiconductor chips have been talked about, batteries have been talked about. So this startup changes a scenario where they are creating climate tech enabled batteries which can reduce emission. Next slide, please. Now here what world is doing. I talked about India. Now what world is doing. So Denmark is doing an innovation with wind and green hydrogen, where it is achieving 50% of the renewable electricity on national grid. Means this country, out of the total electricity, 50% of the electricity is today developed through renewable energy. These kind of sustainable measures we need, and we need to create a research environment and then research enablation for these kind of setups and startups. Next is Singapore. Singapore. It is, they have created an innovation on smart and water resilient city systems, which is focusing on climate change and smart nations and how they have changed the water management system in the whole city. Next is United States. They have also focused on climate tech startup ecosystem. Over 100 billion in climate tech VC funding has been achieved. And you can see a lot of breakthrough energy ventures which are coming in the United States also to reduce the usage of existing energy sources and create new energy sources. And last one is the European Union. Innovation, circular economy policies, their impact on carbon reduction and green jobs will definitely create an environment where, because Europe is really facing people crisis and they need to create newer and lesser jobs, which lesser people can do with more impact. And I think this innovation of circular economy policies with a new generational job environment can really change the... Next slide, please. Now I'll talk about what Philippines and exclusively Manila startups are doing. What are those things? So there is a startup called Hive Energy. It is really focusing on clean energy transition from one city to another. And it's setting up renewable energy and solar hydrogen projects. It is a part of rise of climate tech solutions in the Philippines. Another one is Resbin Technology. This is again a similar startup which world is doing and the United States is doing. It's tech-enabled waste collection system and recycling platform. Digitally, they are micro-managing how waste is produced and how waste ecosystem is being laid to reduce the waste being dumped into the seas. Another one is e-Sakai. It is a e-mobility and smart transport management system. So it facilitates modular, scalable recycling facilities for cities, commuting. How many of you use Grab, or you can say the Joyride for booking an app and go back home? Many of you. But this startup, e-Sakai, is creating an environment where if you want to book a cab at 5 o'clock in the evening where the traffic is really high, they will provide sustainable options where you can merge 2 or 3 kind of transportation and reach your destination easily, conveniently, and with lesser time. So this is a startup for you. Next one and the last one here is Bamboo Hai. It is a eco-products green manufacturing startup where a lot of eco-products are being manufactured here in Philippines for the better use of the existing eco-friendly materials. Next slide, please. Technology for sustainability. We talked a lot about it. AI for environmental intelligence. We talked drones and sensor networks in another thing which research should focus on. Aerial and ground sensing enable maintaining for forests, farms, water bodies, and disaster zones with high accuracy. So drones, generally these days we see in news that one country fired on another. That's one part of the story that drones are. But in second part of the story, the drone research is really focusing on how micromanaging the smaller things of agriculture, water management, waste crisis, fire hazards, and everything. So in those cases, if we do an extensive research in drone technology with a pointed output requirement, I think we can achieve more better results. Machine learning for clean energy, we talked about digital circular economy, ethical and responsible technology. I started with AI to talk about that. It should not be intelligent, it should be more sustainable. So we have to follow ethics to maintain the stability of AI. If that ethics will go off, I think the society will collapse. Next slide, please. Social futures. Equity, inclusion, and digital public good. Social future is about inclusivity. I talked that it is about not you and me. It is about us as a society, as a country, as a humanity. Next slide. So why it matters? If I already talked about all these things, that why India's digital public infrastructure is scaling and is really significant. Because to manage a country with 1.4 billion people, you need advanced digital tools where those data can be managed and it can be used effectively for public. So these are all the ecosystems which India has created, right from UPI, Aadhaar, FASTag, JAM, ONDC, COWIN, DigiLocker, digital health missions. Will not go into deep, but if you study about these, they are all case studies that how India is innovating its impact. Next slide, please. Scale versus social reach, the inclusion gap. These are some figures that how big the impact is. If I just talked about one figure, I'll talk about one figure here. 6.5% of the users of UPI. UPI is a tech-based innovation QR code scanner for making digital payments in India. And when I say that we have 1.4 billion people, 6.5% of the users gives 40% of the UPI volume. What this statement shows? I'll just talk about this statement. This statement shows that there is a huge digital divide. That people are more, but a small segment of people are focusing on using technology in more efficient way. And rest, 93.5% are only in 50%. So we need to create and define this social divide, enable it, and sort it out. Because if digital divide will go on in the futures, we will not be able to achieve the social futures we talked about. So digital inclusivity and digital divide is an important segment which your research should focus on. You will learn of lot of tools that how it could be used, how it could be implemented, how to write work. But what should you do? These are these examples that how should you progress your research. Next slide, please. Now, bridging the digital divide, 3 pillars of social futures. One is inclusive user empowerment, fair and future-ready digital market, equity-centered governance. In this digital era, new jobs are emerging, new markets are emerging. And as a government, as a country, we should make sure that we give equal opportunities for all segment of people while creating the newer generation digital market opportunities. So this is a significant option. Another is equity-centered governance. We have to adopt on basis of gender, on basis of income, on basis of region. And AI tools helps us to find out these kind of data. And this data should be properly used in the research to create equity-centered governance, which will be the impactful pillar of your social governance in the future. Next slide, please. Technology as a social enabler, it is AI for governance, AI for public health, AI for social welfare. I think everybody will believe this statement that AI is needed for governance, it is needed for public health, it is needed for social welfare. And we talked a lot about it, how we can use the best of AI in our own sense. Next slide, please. Strategic futures, redefining work and industry. Next slide. So these are the future of the sustainable societies. There are new era of jobs coming in. That is green jobs, digital jobs, human AI collaboration, entrepreneurship and innovation. So what are green jobs? Jobs developed through green markets. You can say the energy, climate change, climate tech markets, circular economy rules, sustainable design roles like this. So we need to focus our research on these green technologies because the newer generation market is of green jobs. Another segment is digital jobs, where our focused era of the world and the governments would be this one. Human AI collaboration, we really talked about it, and I think more will be talked about Dr. Day on human AI collaboration. That how humanity and AI can stand together for making our future more better. I think they will be talking about, so I'll not touch this because already it's high time. Entrepreneurship and innovation. Startups and social enterprises should create an environment where they should develop startups on climate, mobility, and energy solutions. And there is much difference between entrepreneurship, innovation, and research. I'll come to that. Next slide, please. This is the new industrial revolution shaping our future, how we are changing ourselves. Technology built to respect people and the planet. Technological innovations should focus on people and the planet, not the time and the finances. Growth aligned with climate commitments and social equality. You need to think about climate. You hear every time you go visit a country that last year this weather was delayed, this weather was delayed. We need to focus in a time frame manner, and we have to achieve this in a very, very less time, how climate changes, climate is changing, and we need to build innovative solutions to manage that or to control that or to restrict that. Another is innovation design for resilience and long-term well-being. Everything, every research in world, I always say when I talk about things, it is for people. It is for people lives to be comfortable, convenient, with fun, with aura, with everything. Because we have to live happiness. We are not born to be unhappy. We are born to be happy, and that's what every innovation and everything is happening. What defines this revolution? Smart systems, clean energy transitions, biohealth and advanced materials, platforms that empower, not exclude. We need to create and build platforms which empower us and not exclude in our digital divide scenarios, which is happening today. Next slide, please. These are ongoing revolutions. We talked about green energy, semiconductors, AI and automation, biohealth, circular economy, everything. Next slide, please. What is the effects on future generations? Jobs is a big impactful. We need upskilling, we need new skills, we need new roles, and we need automation skills with the commencement of AI into our human-centric world. Inequality risks, digital divide we already talked about. Climate mandates, we need to focus on climate change ethics, and we need to control it, reduce it in a way if we want to make our generations really, really powerful and happier. Global collaborations. Today, research cannot happen without collaborations. That is the key and the basic ethical sentiment of research. You need to talk to people, you need to network with people who work in your areas, and you need to build that research. It is not an individual's game in today's world, because a lot of things are already happening and you can't change your... I'll come back to that. Next slide, please. What are the challenges ahead? Now, when I say innovation, entrepreneurship, and research, all three has these challenges. Funding gaps. For research, you need to have fund, and fund is provided by government and organizations which are focused on these activities. So you have to cater these funding gaps. Skill and talent shortage. Today, what skills and talent we need, we are not having, and we need to build that. Third is adoption barriers. Show rollout in rural areas, MSMEs, and legal and legacy industries. We have to come out of our traditional masterpieces, and we have to convert those industries which are traditionally working into a new era technologies. Last one is mindset and cultural shift. This is the most important. You need to change your mindset for future. What is today will not remain tomorrow. The only thing which can remain is the culture. You need to create a culture which is more sustainable for the future of the world. Next slide, please. I think I'll skip this. Next slide. Now I'm just at end of my talk. Why research? I think we have two speakers who will talk in detail about research tools, implementation, projects, proposals, everything. But why research? First, research starts with asking why. If you have this why in your mind, that why is this screen like this? Why is this podium like this? You need to ask question why to to train your mind ready to create some beautiful research or some eco-friendly research. Skill development and personal thought process. Research changes your skills because you need to get information about so many new things when you pursue research. Personal thought process changes and emerges out of a small barriered focus. Career and competition. Research also brings you a vast career of years can bring you. And competition, because you are not the only one in the world who are doing the same kind of research. There are ample people across the research community in the world who are doing the same kind of research. So you need to connect to them. Informed policy and practices. When you start doing research, maybe pursuing tools, you need to adhere to the policies of those tools. So you will understand why policies in every single segment is important. Self-sufficiency and confidence. Research will build your confidence. So you should focus on research. Social cohesion and equity. continuous improvement, and lastly, it will bring economic growth and innovation to the country. If you succeed in your research, it will bring economic growth and innovation to your country. Research is just a small step for the individual, but a powerful contribution to social sustainability and strategic future. Your small step today can convert your research 10 years later into a stage where it is sustainably accepted and it becomes the new role model for the future. Next slide, please. Why contribution, conferences, and research matter? Next slide, please. So this is a new thing. So when we were in very early age, when we talked about entrepreneurship or research or anything or changing the society, the first thing comes to everyone's minds was make people educated. So education was the first E where we think that we can change our futures. The next step came the examination, that we have to compete and we have to fight to take us to a position or a role where we are so powerful that we can change the world and we can change our future. Power brings a lot of responsibilities. And this second E examination helped to change the ecosystem. If you see any civil servants in your society, any mayors in your society, they are powerful to bring a change. And for that, maybe they had to clarify exams, maybe they had to win the elections. So all this comes into this examination. But today, it's not only about the education and examination, it is also about entrepreneurship. That if you have an entrepreneurial mindset and you can innovate even a small innovation in your surroundings, you can be so powerful and impactful for generations to come. So it is not today about small or power or money or finance or leadership. It is about that impact. So believe me, a small impact can change the world. Next slide, please. And entrepreneurship and research are two different things. First, you do research, and then entrepreneurs use your research to implement it for people and society. This is the major difference. Researchers do research, and then it is implemented by entrepreneurship people. So entrepreneurs do not do research. Research and entrepreneurship are two different aspects. So you have to be focused that what are you into? Are you into research or you are an entrepreneur? Entrepreneur uses existing things to create an impact, and researchers do new things to create impact. Next slide, please. These are 4 R's for research. We start with research to results to relation and reuse. So first we research, we create results, we talk and connect with the world, and we reuse our research. So this is a complete cycle of research that you do it, you create it, you network it, and again reuse it for a global and bigger impact. I'll end my talk with 2 statements. Next slide, please. There is no point reinventing the wheel. It was wheel, but I made it wheel. That you need to think about people, planet, and society. What already has been created, there is no point to recreate it. You have to think differently. You have to pursue your duties differently. You have to think about social futures, strategic futures, and sustainable futures. Last slide. Research is an art. This university has a department of fine arts, and research is also an art. But art is either a plagiarism or a revolution, and I leave it to you that how do you feel research is. Thank you so very much, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amit, for the insightful keynote address. We truly appreciate your sharing your expertise with us today. We now move on to the next segment of our program, insight from our esteemed resource speaker. To introduce our first speaker, may we call on the program chair of the School of Information Technology and chairperson of the PWU Ethics Review Board and head of the PWU Technology Integration Team, Dr. Menchita F. Dumlao.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you our first speaker, Dr. Nilanjan Day is senior member of IEEE, or Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineers, received BTech, MTech in Information Technology from West Bengal Board of Technical University and PhD degrees in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India in 2005, 2011, 2015, respectively. Concurrently, he is professor in the Techno International Newtown, Kolkata, and a visiting fellow of the University of Reading in UK. His research interests include medical imaging and machine learning. Moreover, he actively participates in program and organizing committees for prestigious international conferences, including World Conference on Smart Trends in System Security and Sustainability, or World S4, International Congress on Information and Communication Technology, International Conference on Information and Communications Technology for Sustainable Development, and there are also a lot to mention. He is also the editor-in-chief of International Journal of Ambient Computing and Intelligence, associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Technology and Society, and series co-editor of Springer Tracks in Nature-Inspired Computing and Data-Intensive Research from Springer Nature and Advances in Ubiquitous Sensing Applications for Healthcare from Elsevier, etc. Furthermore, he is an editorial board of IEEE Data Descriptions. And of course, he is a fellow of IETE and member of ISOC, and a lot to mention. So without further ado, I'm giving you our first speaker, Dr. Nilanjan Day.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks. This is my second time in this year in Manila. Daniel is my old friend, and this time we planned 2 months back this event. So what I will try to do, I will take 1 hour time, and I will try to tell what to write and what not to write. So in technical paper, what are the things you may avoid once you are drafting, so that you might not face many rejections like me. And another thing, what are the different AI tools and the techniques are there which you may, apply or may adopt once you are drafting your technical paper. So let's start from the very beginning. I will try to share my experience, whatever experience I gathered over the years, whatever I learned from rejections, those things I will try to share. Come to the first slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So once we talk about publication type, there are a lot of different publication type. Journal, conference proceeding, book series, book, maybe project writing, research report writing, trade publications, etc., etc. And document, there are different types of document. There can be article in press, there can be review, there can be letter. So all are different types. Say for example, once we talk about letter is generally 4 pages. So it's like something you are trying to come up with a very new thing, which is a kind of groundbreaking kind of thing. And not actually breaking the ground, but I mean something which is completely new. And you are trying to summarize within 4 pages. So that should be a letter kind of thing. Say you are trying to write a conference paper. So maybe 6 pages or 10 pages. Journal paper might be 15 pages or 20 pages you are writing. So there are different page limits. Maybe editorial can be there. There can be, book chapters also, maybe 20 pages, 20 plus pages book chapters. But I will try to restrict my talk only on journal, nothing else. So I'm not talking about the conference paper, I'm not talking about the book chapters. I will try to focus only on the journal writing. Now, next slide please. So if you go through any technical paper, you will see these are the different parts are there. Title, author list, then the keywords, introduction, related work, then methodology section, proposed method section, then comes the result discussion section, then comes the conclusion section, and then references section. And if you ask WH question, say for example, why you are writing this paper. So why? If you ask why to the paper, the answer should come out from the introduction section. So introduction section should have always carry this meaning why you are drafting this technical paper. Second is how. How means methodology. So how you are actually addressing that particular research problem. So that means how. Third thing is what. What means what is your finding, the results. What is your observation. So what question need to be answered by result section. And even if you get a very good result, so what? So what means discussion section. So basically a technical paper is nothing but a collection of WH question. What, how, if you ask for starting from why and so what. So these answers should be come out from a technical paper. Then only we will say it's a proper way of addressing one particular issue, research problem. So go to the next slide. I will try to come up one by one individual section. And I will try to tell what you will try to avoid once you draft a technical paper. Let's start from the very beginning, title. Next slide, please. Okay, the first thing is once you draft the title, even though title always comes at the end, it always comes at the top, but we should finalize title generally at the end. But unfortunately, it comes at the very beginning. So first thing is, title should be very informative. The title should not be very flattened. Flattened means there are so many similar kind of titles are there. No. There should be something which should be informative. Second thing is, title should not more than 2 to 3 lines. 2 lines is good, 120 words. Maybe 20 words is good number, 12 to 20 number of words. But if it is a 3 line, you will actually lost in the bush. You start from somewhere, you end up somewhere, and you will see, okay, what is it's trying to mean. Rather, it's better to write in 2 lines. 2 lines is a good number. Then comes to avoid any kind of abbreviation. Even the abbreviation is very common. And generic, maybe LAN, WAN, MAN, whatever. Everybody knows this meaning. But you should not write any abbreviation. Abbreviation is highly non-recommended. Don't write any abbreviation. Then another thing is, indicate what's new thing in this manuscript. But don't write Nobel, benchmark, groundbreak. No. Because Nobel, it's a Nobel work, that's why you are publishing. So you should not write Nobel. So that means this particular word actually indicating that you are saying, see, my work is Nobel. No. Your work is Nobel, that's why you are publishing. So better not to write such kind of word. Rather, you try to write some word which is something, a new kind of thing, which will attract the reader. Okay, I will read this paper because this is new thing, this is new terminology. And then comes the subtitle, title, subtitle. So first part is the title, colon, subtitle. Remember one thing, subtitle is not mandatory. But mandatory thing is the title. Sometimes we write short form, then colon, then full form. That means short form can't be a title. Title needs to be a full text. So it should be a full-fledged sentence. Then colon, then maybe you can give a subtitle, may not. But remember one thing, the title should not be an abbreviated form. Say CKGT colon, then full form. No. Because it should be a title, proper title. Then colon, subtitle. So after colon, you might write a survey, a review, a brief. So all are different. Say once I'm writing a survey means a kind of storytelling. Storytelling means even if you are working in a domain for say maybe 1 decade, then you are eligible to write a survey. Because survey is something which you are actually talking about a particular research topic where you have expertise over years. But review is different. Review means revisit. Revisits others' work. What A did, what B did, what C did. So you are only putting the gun on some other's shoulder and you are firing. So that means you are saying A said this, B said this. So this is basically the review. But survey and review are completely different thing. Survey can be written by an expert who is working in a field for over a year, period of year. Those papers are mostly highly cited papers. But review can be written by anyone. Any new person who has started research, he can write a survey. Because you have nothing proposition. You are simply reporting others' work. Okay? Now, another thing is, as I said, the Nobel, you should not use such kind of terminology. And look at the capitalization, U. The conjunction should be always in small letter. Conjunction should be always in small letter. Suppose using. The using U should be always in small letter. Because using or for or in, if you are writing this conjunction, it should be always in small letter. So rest of the word should be capitalized except the conjunction. Like this U is completely wrong because U is still looking at you. It should not be like U should be small letter. And if you look into the second one, the paper published, one slide back please. The paper published, but here you can see the first line it's capitalized, second line all capital. This is a typical problem. The paper published, but ultimately there is a problem in the the title. That capitalization is very important for technical paper. And the last thing, in the title, once you draft, the title should be, again I'm saying, it should be brief, thematic, it should be narrow scope, it should be within 2 lines, it should be focused on what is the new thing in this. There is a colon, title, subtitle. There should not be something word like Nobel kind of work. And generally you try to the capitalize you should maintain. So that is how actually you design the title. I think now the title part is clear. Now coming to the second one, I think author list regarding this ORCID, Mr. Bose will talk about this. But one thing you should follow, you should always put the ORCID ID because it's a unique identity for a researcher. So apart from this, whoever contributing in your work, you just put their name depending upon their contribution, first author, second author, third author. But my interest is something different. If you go to the, please next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this is an interesting paper which published in 2015 in Physics Review Letter. And if you look into the paper, it's still in archive. There are 5,000 authors. So 5,000 authors and the paper size is 33 pages, 22 pages author list. So your question will be that 22 pages author list, how they are contributing, in which way they are contributing. It's a huge project from Geneva where every person contributed in this work. So if somebody is working in your project, don't look at the number of the authors. There are different publishers have their own, regulations, rules. There should not be more than 6 authors, 10 authors. But medical science is very common. There are 100 authors is very, very common. Because if 100 authors are providing data from 100 different countries, that means they are actually can be a part of the work. So similarly here also, it's a very small paper, 10 pages, including the reference, 2 pages reference. So 8 pages, but 8 pages contributed by 22 pages authors. So that is, which is something, it actually landmark you can say. It sets that if the author contributes, it's okay, fine. Then comes to the next one. Yeah. Now the most challenging thing to write an abstract. So I'm talking about the dinosaur era. 3-4 years back, once there was no GPT. That was basically dinosaur era. That time, we used to write draft abstract in a very different way. But we need to understand the way of writing of an abstract. Now there are a lot of summarizer. They can summarize. You can see summarizer. You can write your own way. Life is easy. But to understand how to write an abstract, good abstract. So one is called, it should be single paragraph. First thing. It should not be more than 150 words or 250, not more than that. It should be one paragraph without any reference. Single paragraph. Now, interesting part is there are two different types. One is descriptive abstract, one is called informative abstract. Now, what is informative abstract? Next slide, please. In informative abstract, look at the right side one. So the first 2 lines, you should talk about the objective of the study. 2 line, objective of the study. Second 2 line, you talk about the method and the methodology. What method and methodology you are going to use. Next 2 line, you talk about your findings, results. And last 2 line, you talk about the conclusion. So the conclusion is not for the paper. The conclusion is for the abstract. So that means 2 line, objective, 2 line, you talk about the methods and the methodology. Suppose you are using fuzzy logic or maybe RAP set or something like that. You talk about that. Next 2 line, you talk about the results. And last 2 line, you talk about conclusion. Now, if you make a single paragraph, virtually separated, 2 line, 2 line, 2 line, 2 line. Now, interesting part is, tell me one thing, objective, which tense? Which tense I will write? Present tense. Okay? Now, method, methodology, already used. That means which tense? Past. Then, result section, which tense? You already achieved the result. So it should be again past. Conclusion, that means again present. So present, past, past, present. 2 line present, 2 line past, 2 line past, 2 line present. Now if you put into any GPT, you will see it's always written in a single tense. You can easily catch it is taken from any GPT. But theoretically, if you try to write an abstract, abstract should follow this tense. So it should be present, past, past, present. And it's a complete separate, way of writing, easiest way of writing for abstract. Now coming to this descriptive abstract. If you are writing a survey, if you are writing a literature review, then you don't have any kind of results, you don't have any kind of methods, so you will write in a single tense, present tense, only present tense, and you will talk about what you are covering, table of content. So writing descriptive abstract a little bit difficult, challenging task. But informative abstract is very, very easy to write because it's a present, past, past, present. This will be the continuation, this will be the flow of the abstract. I think the idea of writing abstract is easy. So I am again saying, if you are summarizing by any summarizing tool, that is a complete no. No. You should not use any kind of LLM tool to create or summarize your abstract. You should write in your own sentence, 2 line, 2 line, 2 line, 2 line, and you can do it easily. Next. So this is one paragraph, then one paragraph, there is 2 line, 2 line as I said. Then comes the keywords. What is keywords? Keywords means if you put Control F, the word should present in abstract. The word should present in abstract. If the word not present in abstract, that can't be a keyword. Keyword comes after abstract. Why? The reason is it actually keyword of the abstract. So if you press Control F, if you write the keyword should hit abstract. Because if the word is not present in the abstract, how can it be a keyword? Because key means the key element, the key word. So keyword should be there in the summarization. Got the idea? So keyword should be there in the abstract. Next line. Now, the most boring part is introduction part. Because generally we always write introduction at the end. Introduction should not be too much lengthy. First thing, it should not cross 20%. 10 to 20% is good. But writing of an introduction is another way, you can say easy way. I am telling. So first thing, you have to talk about the background. Background means it's not the literature review. Background means the background of the domain.
Suppose you are working on network security. You talk about networking, you talk about the security issue, you talk about different security issue and which security issue you are trying to hit. So it's a kind of funnel structure. So you talk, first talk a broad domain, narrow down, and then pinpoint. So this is called the background. In background, there should be at least 10 references, minimum 10 references. It's a good number because it tells you that you are good enough to study the whole literature review or maybe background so that you can write a good background study. Then first thing, you have to write 3 things. One is the main research gap you have to identify. That is called the motivation. Then comes the novelty. And then comes the contribution. So after background, you have to first highlight what is the motivation. The main motivation of our study is, the motivation need to be written very clearly. What motivates you to answer this what question? Second, what is the main novelty? So highlight, even if it's a very less novelty, you highlight the main novelty of our work is. And third thing, the main contribution of the study, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. So if you not write all these 3, you will see after 6 months, once the reviewer will come up with their decision, they will write, it's okay, but the motivation is not clear. The contribution is not properly studied. So the motivation, novelty and contribution needs to be clearly written. Background, motivation, novelty, contribution. So this should be one paragraph, and the last paragraph you talk about section organization. In which section you are going to discuss what? Section 2, literature review. Section 3, maybe methodology, ... Then section 7 may be conclusion. So section organization should be there. This is how you write the introduction section, which is not more than 10 to 20%. As I mentioned, the novelty, motivation, contribution should be clearly mentioned. And in introduction section, there should have minimum 10 references. See, again, this is not rule, but if you follow, it's good. There is nothing, nowhere it is written 10 references should be there. But in generally, if in a journal paper, in introduction, you should have some background study. So that is important. So this is how you actually come up. Remember one thing, if the introduction is too much lengthy, reader will go to sleep. And every time they open the paper, they read the introduction and go to sleep. So that means to make the reader alive, what you need, you have to tell, it make very small, catchy one. So this is background, this is motivation, novelty, contribution. Done. That's it. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So as I said, it should be narrowed down. Another thing is, in our paper, we generally used to write in our paper. See, it's once it is under review, it's not a paper, it's a manuscript. Once it is published, it's a paper, it's not a manuscript. So it's better to write in our study, in our work. You should avoid write in our paper. In our paper is something, once it is under review, it's a manuscript. So better always to write in our study. Another thing is, don't write we. Try to use, we proposes one method. It's better to write a method has been proposed in passive. So entire technical paper, it's always good to write in passive. So otherwise, if you write Control F and if you search we, 100 plus we are there. We did this, we did this, we did this. So we have so many we everywhere. Instead of that, the best way of writing is you make it passive. So passive is the best way of writing. But again, there are a lot of different countries reviewer who sometimes prefer or not prefer. In states, reviewer don't care about this we. But in Asian countries, people always try to see if it should be written in passive, generally. Next. So as I said, introduction, then comes the section organization. I covered it. Next slide, please. So coming to the literature review. See, in literature review, sometimes maybe you can club with the introduction section, or you can make it a separate section. If you have enough time, if you have enough space, don't merge literature review with introduction section. If it is a conference paper, you may merge. But if it is a journal paper, write a complete separate section for literature review. Because literature review is one of the primary component of any research paper. How you did your research survey. So that is very important. So once you do the literature review or the related work study, next please. So first thing is, it should be chronologically ordered. It should not 2006, 2050, then 2002, then 1977. So not in this way. It should be chronologically ordered so that you can understand how the research actually evolved. So first thing is, it should be chronologically ordered. Second thing is, first you have to create a table, a tabular format. The first column is the serial number. Second is the year and the et al. Et al means alibi. ETAL dot. It's not ET dot AL dot. ETAL dot. Only Springer ETAL. But any other press ETAL dot, and it should be in italics. It should be written in italics. Now single author and two author, and after two author you should write et al. Alibi. You should always write in the italics form. And the dot should be always at the end. First thing is the motivation. From where you will get the motivation? You take a paper, you take a technical paper, you find out the motivation. From where you will get the motivation? Introduction section. And from where you will get the limitation? Conclusion section. So every paper, there is some motivation, there is some limitation. The motivation is in the introduction section, the limitation is in the conclusion section. So one is called the making of the paper, one is called the breaking of the paper. So every paper, there is a making, there is a breaking. So if you study 10 years or 12 years, say 20 research paper, motivation, limitation, motivation, limitation. So this is making and breaking of your all papers. Now you summarize all motivation. In last 12 years, 1 decade, several work has been carried out in this area where the main motivation was this. But still the main limitations are this. And if you summarize motivation, if you summarize limitation, if you subtract, what is that? That is basically your research gap. So the motivation minus the limitation, the summation of limitation, that gives you the research gap. So to identify research gap, it is always important to come up with such kind of table. And if you have a spreadsheet, you write limitation, motivation of 20 papers, it will be picture clear to you what are the motivations, what are the limitations, what is the research gap. In this way, you can actually come up with your say dissertations or maybe thesis work, how to identify the research gap. This was actually our old problem statement, the way we used to follow in our PhD days. But now things are different. Once this LLM comes into the picture, these all techniques are now getting outdated. There are a lot of different tools and techniques people are adopting, which I will try to show you few of the example, which you use, you will see life will be made, much easy. Next, go to the next slide. Okay, the first tool is called the consensus. So if you are using consensus, here you simply write the search term. If you write the search, say for example, importance of responsible AI in medical research, you will see there is a filter. So you can use the filter in which year, or maybe open access or funded or citation, and you will see all the papers related to this query. So immediately it will show you 100,000 papers at a time. But this is interesting, but this is not that much interesting. Now the interesting part is, if you go to the next one, you can copy the reference from here. There is a section, if you click on the paper, you will see there is a result section. You can download CSV format or RIS format. Now here, there is a table you will get, and that table, it shows the population, the methods, the outcomes, and the results. So you need not to read all papers. You simply give a search in consensus. It will give you 100 papers. If you click on one paper, you will see, instead of reading, at a time you are getting what was the population, what is the results, what is the outcome. So all these things in a tabular format, you can see one by one. So how interesting it is, if you think that, okay, this method I will use. This method is good for my research. You only download that paper and read. So consensus is a kind of crawling tool which crawl thousands of paper at a time within a fraction of a second and gives you complete tabular format structure, what to take, not to take, which paper you take, not take. It's a very effective tool. Second one. Then comes the Elicit. Elicit is another tool which is very widely used tool nowadays. If you write the search term, it will give you all papers, the complete citation, and it will give you the summarization of the paper. So one paper, summary. Next paper, summary. Next paper, summary. So 100 papers summary at a time you will get. So that means you need not to go to the paper. You simply write a query in Elicit. It will give you all summarization. But interesting part is, if you click on main findings, it will show only the main findings. If you click on methodology, it will show you only methodologies. If you click on results, it will show you only the results. See, that means in a particular platform in Elicit, if you give a search, any subject, not only computer science, immediately, just a single click, you will get all the limitation of 100 papers, all the motivations of 100 papers. Now, how effective it is. I mean, if you think that this paper is good, you download it, you read it. But if you think, no, this is not for my work, limitation is a different limitation, I will not read. That's fine. So that means it makes your life much, much more easy. Come to the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is another one which is called the SCI space. This tool is another one, another level, where you write the query. It will give you all different similar kind of question. So it will create the question for you, proper question. So if you don't make it zoom, please. Even in the single sentence, it will give you all related query. You can click any of them. It will actually construct the proper question. If your question is not that much good, it will create the question for you. Next. Here, the same like Elicit, for a query, all the papers, insights, you can see results, you can see methods, you can see literature review, conclusion, all that one by one. No Excel is required, just click, it will give you. But this is interesting. But the interesting part is this one, chat with PDF. Go to the next slide. Okay, so you open the PDF and you write the question here. Can you tell me what is the limitation of the paper? And it will chat with the PDF, it will give you answer. How many places et al are there? It will show you all the et als. What is the methodology it used? It will show you the methodology. So you can chat with the PDF. Then comes the next one, next slide. Here, it can create the PPT for you. So any kind of paper, you create a PDF to PPT. It will create a 10-slide PPT for you. So you can keep your mobile phone, all the PPTs. And another one, last one, you can create reels from there. For all papers, you have reels. So you can keep your reels in the mobile, and in any time, you just open the reels and you can see this is the paper. And I think these are the tools, Elicit, Consensus, SCI Space. If you are not using, you should use. Because first we are talking about this AI in research. See, remember one thing, once you are writing, you should avoid. But once you are searching and once you are reading the technical paper, if you are not using AI, you are outdated. I mean, you have to use AI because there are a lot of potential tool. Now, after this, next slide, please. This one. This is called the lit maps. So if you search on lit maps, you give a DOI and it will show you, next slide, it will show you all the sub-references, reference to reference. That means this is a paper, what are the reference, and in those paper, what was those reference? So in those paper, what are the references? So it's a one by one, you are digging into the references. That means what I'm saying is, once you read a paper, generally what happens, we try to find out which paper we are actually referring. Now generally we used to go to that paper, we used to see those papers' references. So it will give you a complete pictorial mapping structure of the all literatures. So from which reference to which reference, how they are connected. So you will get a literature review map. Next one. This is another one which is called the Research Rabbit, which is similar to literature map, but it's more enhanced. You will get a deeper map from one literature review to another literature review to another literature review. It's a kind of vomiting. Something like the literature review from one level to, say, you are drilling down from one level to another level. Next one. Julius, if you are not good enough in Python or maybe R, you can use this particular website, where you put the data set, if it is a public data, not that much private data. If you put the data set, you can go for the visualization, you can go for data cleaning, you can go for statistical analysis, you can go for time series analysis, anything you can do by clicking. Only click, no code need to be written. And you can download the corresponding code. So it will give you immediately the Python code or the R code. So if it is a public data, you put it and it will generate the code for you. So this is one good place where if you are from, say, one particular area where you actually want some visual part, time series analysis, but you are not an expert in programming language, that time you might use such kind of tool. Next one. Next, please. This is a very interesting tool which I will demonstrate from that machine, because here is no laptop. Just give me 5 minutes time, I will go there. I will try to show you something, and after that your reading will change. The way you read something completely change. Believe me, from today onwards, whatever you are reading, if you are not using that tool, the way you are reading will be completely changed. I am guaranteed you. Let me demonstrate that thing. Can you open the Google, please? Yeah. So step by step I am showing. First, go to the Google. Yes. Sorry. So in Google, I have written Google Notebook LM. So Google Notebook LM. Now if you write Google Notebook LM, you will enter into this particular website, Google Notebook LM. Now here, there is a create new notebook. So you simply do one thing. You can upload a PDF which you want to read. That means, can you help me in this? Just that PDF from that folder, you just drop here. You just drop the PDF here. Yes. Oh, no, this is the PDF file. This is one technical paper. What I am doing is, I am simply putting this technical paper, uploading here. Now, once I upload this, upload that paper, go to the pen drive. Yeah. Yes. Now, there is an option called, 1 minute, please. There is an option called Mind Map. I am clicking on Mind Map. It will take some time to generate the mind map for your paper. Now what the mind map is, it will take, the mind map is created. Now see, the paper is all about this algorithm, which is a production planning for use for the production planning. And there are different subsection. So problem, content and motivation. Second is cuckoo search algorithm. These are the subsection. Under that subsection, these are the subsection. So this is production planning problem, optimization importance, something like that. Under that, there are common and widely used optimization problem. See the significance. What you are doing from one paper, you are not reading the paper. Once you are putting into mind map, it will show you the complete structure, how the writer thought about it. So what are the sections? What are the subsections? Under which subsection what they cover? So complete in one particular image, you will get a whole mind map. So you can download the mind map from here. So this is your technical papers mind map. You can immediately download, and you can see one pages in single page, it will show you the complete mind map. See, if you have a 200 pages website, book, or maybe 20,000 pages book or thesis, no matter. You can create a single picture that will give you a complete structure of the whole paper. So one paper can be, you can depict in one image. So main, sub, under sub, sub. So it will show you complete map. That is called mind map. And once you search this, the second thing is very important. What actually I want to show you. So beside the mind map, you try it, Google Notebook LM. In mind map, you can create podcast. So podcast means based on your paper, any paper, it will create a podcast in between two person, one male and one female. They will discuss about your paper for 15 minutes. So if you are reading a book, a chapter, particular chapter, so simply upload that chapter, extract the mind map, what under what actually is there, and create the podcast. It will take 10 minutes time. Two person will talk within, themselves, and you will see it's a discussion between two person, and it will be podcasted. The chapter will be podcasted. Not only that, the last one is it will create a visual podcast. The third one, it will take 15-20 minutes time. It will create a video of 15 minutes, and all the slides will be there, and it will be discussion between two person. So any chapter, if you are reading from your book, that chapter if you upload, you get the whole chapter or whole book into one picture, a podcast, a visual podcast. That is the strength of Google Notebook LM. I'm only talking about one technical thing. There are a lot of other things, but you should use this for not only for technical paper writing, but also for reading. Because if you not read, you can't write. You have to be a good reader. Next slide, please. How many time I am having? 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, I'm concluding within 10 minutes. Next, please. Okay, so mind map, I think now this thing is clear what the mind map is. Next, please. So these are the different research gap. I think you should take a photo. Okay, don't take it because it is taken from GPT. You have to identify which is taken from GPT and not taken from GPT. If there are too much detail, so many numbers of research gap, next slide please, that means it is actually taken from GPT. Okay, so don't take photo. And another one, now coming to the body part, next please. So in the body section, first you talk about the methods. And another thing is proposed method. Methods, it's a completely different thing once you're talking about methodology. What is methodology? Methodology means, sorry, please, wait. Methodology means you have to, next slide, chart. Yeah, methodology means suppose you are using RAP set. You are using the RAP set in your algorithm, in your proposed method. So first you talk about RAP set a little bit. You give the equations, then you talk about a recent research. You are ending with that. So methodology means what are the different methodology you are going to use in your proposed method. So proposed method is your method, but methodology is others' method. So in others' method, what is the method? And you talk about that little bit of mathematics about that, foundation, talk about research. That's it. So in this section, there are a lot of mathematics. You can write your own mathematics in your way, but remember one thing, it should not be a two copy. So formula you can't two copy, otherwise it will be plagiarized. Next. Math EQ, iMath EQ. This is another website. If you are writing in LaTeX, it's fine. But if you are writing in Word doc, you should write your mathematical formula here. And you copy the content from here to your doc file. It will be intacted, completely okay. But if you are simply writing mathematical equation, it might happen. Somehow it will not always come in a proper way in doc file. So if you are using LaTeX, it's fine. Otherwise, you can use this web-based editor, which is called iMath EQ. Next one. Now, proposed method. In the proposed method is basically your section. Your section means your algorithm. So, proposed method, three things should be there. One is your proposed method. You should not write step 1, step 2, step 3 in that way. It should be a kind of pseudo code. So you begin, end. Within that begin, end, you should write one by one line. So it should be a pseudo code. Second thing is, it should be a proper visualization part should be there. Visualization means object process diagram, flow chart. So one flow chart should be there so that any reader can actually map how it is flowing, object process diagram. And third thing, some of the reviewer want to read. So you have to write. You have to write it in your own words. So that means three things should be there. Same thing. One is the algorithm or the pseudocode. One is the visual representation, the object process diagram. And third thing is you have to always write in your own language. Because you don't know who the reviewer is. The reviewer might like image. The reviewer might like to read. The reviewer might be a coder. So all three should be there. Next, result discussion. I am not commenting on this. It's your section, your finding, your observation. So this is basically what and so what. Interestingly, so what is very important. You got 100% result. So what? I got 70% result. So what? So what need to be answered. That is called the discussion section. In result section, first you have to talk about the configuration of the system. See, Windows, which version you are using, which toolbox you are using, which software you are using, which package you are using, so that anyone can replicate your own algorithm. Means they can write in their own language so that they can compare. So for comparison purpose, you have to clearly mention, first thing is the setup, experimental setup. In which experimental, if you are doing in laptop, it might not happen. In the desktop, the result might be different. So laptop and desktop, different results, that meaning is environment. So you have to clearly write that in which operating system you are using, which configuration you are using, which software you are using, which package you are using, so that in the same setup, other person can get a better result. Then comes the discussion section. Another thing you have to mention, that this part you have to benchmark. Benchmark means your result need to be compared with other. So if you can say, my work is a fast work. There is no comparative work. So you create one algorithm, you create a B algorithm, you create a C algorithm. Now you compare all three. Now you say A is the best one amongst three. This is called self-benchmarking. But somehow you have to say how good your algorithm is or how bad your algorithm is. So that means this is very important to compare. And statistical analysis should be there. If there is data, there is variance, there is mean, there is mode. So that means some statistical analysis should be there in the result section. So result section, figure, tables, and discussion. These are the mandatory components along with the statistical analysis. Next. So if you are getting very, very good result, don't jump. You just think, stop and think, why I am getting very good result. If you are getting bad result, don't disappoint. Don't say dishearten, rather. Don't say why I am getting this result. You think why you are getting bad result. So good result and bad result, both are equally, you need to check. It's always not 100% is good. It's always not 70% is bad. Sometimes it is also good. Okay, another thing is, the result section should be written in past tense because you already achieve the result. Finding, you are reporting your observations. Next. So two things are very important. One is linking, one is justification. Linking means if you are writing one line, you think about the previous line and you think about the next line. What was the previous line? And you think about the next line. Then you write another line, read the previous line, think about the next line. So this is basically how you can link up your once you are writing. Linking is very, very important in technical paper. And justification. If you can justify, you write something. If you don't able to justify, if you fail to justify, don't write anything. You can write anything, but you have to justify. If you are not be able to justify, after 5 months or 6 months, the reviewer will come, okay, you have written this, can you justify this? So that is very important, how to justify the thing. To claim, you can claim anything, but the claim needs to be properly justified. So that is very important. And another thing is there should not be multiple citation. Don't cite 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, again 4, 5, 1. So multiple citation is generally no. You should Use one citation one time in any of the good place. Next. Then comes the conclusion section. Next slide, please. So these are the limitations. So how many different types of limitations are there? In conclusion section, you should write limitation. Because if you are not having limitation, that means this is your last work. There should be some limitation. Otherwise, no one can create that Excel file. Motivation, limitation, motivation, limitation. Your work should have some limitation. You have to identify. And you have to tell these are the scope of future work. So limitation should be there. You need to understand how many different types of limitations are there. And if you fail to understand, again you go for GPT. This is taken from GPT. Okay, next slide. Again, it's continuous, that means it's surely GPT. Next slide. Acknowledgement. If somebody is giving you data, somebody is helping you to write, somebody is providing you fund, somebody provides you platform to work, always acknowledge. But don't acknowledge your co-researcher, co-author. So it's not a mandatory section. If somebody helps you, you should always acknowledge. Next. References. How many number of references is good? For conference paper, 15 to 20 is a good number. For journal paper, maybe 50 to 70 is a good number. For maybe if you are writing a thesis, maybe survey paper, 100 is a good number. If you are writing a thesis, 500 might be a good number. So it depends. But if the introduction contains 10 references, automatically there will be 50 references. So in your paper, there can't be 5 reference or 6 reference. There should be some checkpoints. Another thing is, don't cite Wikipedia. Because Wikipedia is one of the largest blog. Anyone can write anything. So it's a very common thing we use to copy content from Wikipedia. It's very easy to catch. Another thing is, always give related high-level citations. Proper journal. Impact journal, not only talking about impact, so-called good journal. Means not any kind of predatory journal or any so-called conferences. If it's a good conference, you try. Because it will actually tell you how good your research work is, how background study actually is. So don't dilute your research. Another thing is, this is one place where if you put the paper title, you will get the paper. If you click on the site, it will give you the different citation. So this is one way. Otherwise, the elicit, as I shown in the first slide, that slide, that SCI space, you will get the correct references. Next. So reference manager, if you are not using reference manager, you should use Mendeley. Mendeley is a cloud-based reference manager. From day one of your research, you can actually archive all the references, all the data. Next. Tables and figures should be properly anchored. You have to write table number 1 depict. Figure number 1 talks about this. So all these should be properly linked. The table should not be here and the paper got published. No. You have to properly anchor all the tables and the figures. Next. Some general statement. Maximum there is page length. If there, you have to check it. Minimum page length, yes, there are some minimum page length which you need to follow. And another thing is the choice of the word. Generally, we use unnecessary a and the just to emphasize something. A and the. Generally, you avoid. Don't use any kind of abbreviation. Wouldn't, shouldn't, couldn't. No. You have enough time to write the full form. Don't write short form. No abbreviation, please. And lastly, next slide, please. Back. Next. Okay. So this part I am not covering. Anindya will cover this one. Next one. Next one. Okay. This is called a paraphraser. So I think everybody mostly use this paraphrasing software. I'm not mentioning the name, but there is a method. If you have one sentence, you chunk it. This is called chunking method. Many international university students, lot of students who are studying abroad, want, wish or hope. So if you do chunking method, you can manually paraphrase your sentence. And that is a good way. If you are using any software, any website, then there is some software or website which can be anti-paraphrase. Even in the paraphrase, even if you are taking the content from GPT and putting into paraphraser, you will be, easily caught. So it's better to always paraphrase. If you are writing the literature review, You do it by yourself by chunking method. This is one of the good way. Next. This comma, semicolon, unnecessary usage is bad. I mean, you can see Oxford comma, like I ate, comma, grandpa, I ate grandpa. One comma makes a difference. So if you give comma before parents, there can be 2%, and before and if you give, it will be 4%. So from 2% to 4%, it can change. This is called the Oxford comma. So without knowing this, simply using Grammarly sometimes can be a disaster also. And another recommendation, backslide. Another recommendation, my friend got promoted. Are you feel happy? Are you jealous? So something like that. So automatic recommendations, if you simply click on this, you will see it will change the complete meaning. So your friend got promoted. Are you jealous? So you click on that, it will get. Or maybe the Grammarly will convert into hell. So you blindly don't use this kind of things. Next. This is another full brainless guy, which is called GPT. If you write, where is Philippines Women's University? The answer will be, it's in Manila. Are you sure it's in Manila? Then answer will be, I'm not sure, I am in an LLM tool, might be it's not in Manila, might be some other places. And it will make confused, and it is actually a confused guy. So that means, based on this confused guy, if you are writing your own research work, now think about it. So that means it's nothing but a data-driven grabbing tool. So it's good for gathering information, but polishing the language, but not for generating content. So you use LLM for reading purpose, you use LLM for polishing the language, but don't copy the content which generated by LLM. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, in cover letter, once you write the paper, you should mention the conflict of interest statement, individual author's contribution. Even in Elsevier, you have to explicitly mention which author is contributing what, and novelty contribution, and there is no cross submission. These things should be clearly mentioned in the cover letter. Next slide. So reviewer comment, once after 5 months, the reviewer will come up with lot of comments. If the comment is very harsh, just say all is well. All is well. Okay, first you have to tell, so you did a research, you don't have any prior knowledge of this, how can you write this kind of foolish paper? Thank you, sir. Thanks for your nice suggestion. I will incorporate these things or revise this paper or we will include this in our future work. So somehow you have to say all is well. But be humble, be polite. So once you address a reviewer, you have to be polite. That is very important. Reviewer can write anything, but you have to be polite. That is otherwise another 6 months. Next. So the reviewer can come up with a small car, then they can ask many things to put into that paper. Try to put most of the things into the response to reviewer, not in the original text. Otherwise it will be a bigger. From nano to it will be a vano. So it's always to restrict yourself the paper, put the all contents into the response to reviewer. Next slide. Next. Just one thing I want to mention. If there are 4 reviewers, 3 reviewers, they are giving 4 review comments, 5 review comments, address all. If you not address all, then the reviewer will say, the author successfully addressed all the issue raised by me except point number 3. Then please ask for resubmission, and that resubmission will take another 4-5 months time. So it better always to address. If you fail to address, you say this is very much related, we will work on this, we should incorporate these things in our future study, but don't keep it unaddressed. This is very important. Next. Only highlight those parts which you actually changing, because next time the reviewer never read the whole paper, only the change part. Next. 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 Research. If you fail to search, re-research. If you fail to search, re-research. Thank you very much. Continue research. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilanjan Day, for illuminating your presentation on tips and tricks of technical writing. Your expertise has been most valuable to us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now observe a brief 10-minute refreshment break. Complimentary snacks will be distributed to allow everyone to refresh and re-energize as we continue with the program. We will resume shortly. Thank you. insightful session. We now proceed with the introduction of our second resource speaker. To do the honors, please welcome the Dean of the Helena Benitez School of International Relations and Diplomacy, Ambassador Dr. Rosario Manalo.
Dr. Dazig, distinguished guests, deans, professors, students, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor of introducing to you Mr. Anida Boss. Mr. Boss is presently working as executive editor with Springer Nature. Mr. Boss is part of the global acquisition team and operates from Springer Nature London office. He is responsible for acquisition of scientific content across the globe, especially in interdisciplinary applied sciences. Mr. Boss's portfolio includes monographs, edited volumes, professional books, textbooks, atlases, and conference proceedings. He has more than 30 years of industrial experience in marketing, editorial, and different fields of publishing. Mr. Boss has completed a master's degree in organic chemistry from Delhi University and in marketing research from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Pune, India. He has delivered more than 290 invited talks on scientific writing and publishing ethics in reputed universities and author workshops. Mr. Boss has been awarded the Editorial Excellence Award by the University of Engineering and Management in Kolkata in 2024 in recognition of his distinguished work in publishing. Mr. Boss has traveled to 34 countries and he has delivered several keynote lectures in international conferences. To cap it all, Mr. Boss has published books for secondary level in chemistry and is a member of the American Chemical Society, United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Boss.
Hello, everyone. The energy is low. You already had food, right? I don't know from where people are actually listening to me because everything is on YouTube and Daniel has put everything live. That is so grateful to him. So, Mabuhay. That is the best way of going ahead, right? Two lectures you had in the morning, or rather not morning, in the afternoon. And the first one by Amit. This is basically telling you that information flow is from one person to another person. never gets lost, like energy. And second one is by Nilanjan. And Nilanjan very categorically shown you so many beautiful tools which AI has developed for you. And Nilanjan's message was, use tools, don't be a tool. The problem with AI is right now, we are becoming a tool. Every day we are using so many tools that we get lost into that and we really don't know what to do with it. Artificial intelligence, which started in 1956 by Alan Turing, suddenly became a buzzword in 2005. 20 years ago, this started with all domains. Everybody was talking about AI. Why? Because there is a huge availability of data. Data is something which is available in all our domains, including our life. But interestingly, the data which is available, 85% data is unstructured data, only 15% is structured. We don't know how much data is a corrupt data, we don't know how much data is black data, we don't know how much is a dark one. We even don't know whether big data is good or a small data is good. So we are basically lost in data, lost in AI. But I would like to tell you, when we talk about research, still it is human. We are there and we have to take a final call and a decision that how research is done, how we will do the research and how we will present this research to the community so it is useful for everyone. If you go to the world map, you will find there are so many borders. Thankfully, research has no borders. This is something which can travel from one country to another country very easily. You can see one conference paper or a journal paper with 5 authors coming from 5 different countries. That is the beauty of research. I have seen in so many conferences, people coming from different countries, they are sitting and they are listening to people doing networking and they are doing their next paper with each other. And that is the beauty of a research. So what exactly I am going to present today, it's elements of scientific publishing. Scientific publishing means not publishing science. Scientific means stepwise publishing methods. Nilanjan has already highlighted some structures to you, what all these structures are, how to present them. I am working with Nilanjan for almost now, Amit and Nilanjan for last 10 years. We go to many places, we give these presentations. Perspectives are different. When he talks from the perspective of an editor, a reviewer, an author. Whenever I talk to you, I talk from the perspective of a publisher. Correct? So there is a commercial angle attached to it. I will tell you what are the methods, what are different ways you can actually publish the work, and how to go about it. The topic is elements of scientific publishing. Next, please. See, I love to dedicate my talk to people who have made maximum changes in our community, society or so. You all know this person, right? Correct? So, he has basically proved survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest doesn't mean that you have to be strong. It means that you adapt the change. Last week, I gave a presentation in India, and I shown this slide to people. So one boy came to me and he said, sir, he has not coined the term. Herbert Spank is the person who coined the term survival of the fittest. I said, yes, Herbert Spank has coined the term, but he is the man who has actually proved it to the world. Coining is something, but doing a research and presenting is something else. So let's dedicate today's talk to Charles Darwin and move ahead. Next, please. A little about the organization I am coming from. Quickly, I will tell you about this because you need to know what Springer is doing and who we are. It started in 1842 by this gentleman, Julius Springer. He started a small bookshop in Berlin. Dynamics were very different at that time. Europe used to look very different before First World War, even before this. 1842, many Nobel laureates used to come to this shop. and they asked for him because publishing was very different. Publishing was like, you go to a conference, so many conferences. If you just go to a particular photograph which says Solvay's conference, you will find all top scientists are sitting in that. Nobody is publishing a paper in a conference. Because publishing was very different. It was just like storming of brains, presenting the research to the community. So many people used to publish their own work. Self-publishing, which is again taken over by Amazon, and people are self-publishing again. So interestingly, at that era, we started with it. 1924, we opened an office in Vienna. After Second World War, we opened an office in Heidelberg, and now the biggest office is in London, where I work. Next, please. Let me actually talk about few numbers, because numbers are basically something which tell you the perspective. Easy to understand. Quality, difficult to understand. Quantity, easy to understand. Example, if I tell you that I am running fever, you will not be worried or bothered at all. But if I tell you that I am running a fever of 104 degrees, then it will tell you that he might fall, while talking. Maybe 104 degrees is something. So numbers or quantities are always will tell you more information. Let's go to these numbers. See, first number over here, you can see 2.3 million articles. I'm only talking about one publisher, Springer Nature. We have received 2.3 million articles in 2024 alone for only journals, not conferences, not books, only for journal. We published 482,000 articles, and out of 482,000 articles, 50% articles are open access. This is the important part which we are working on, because we are a developing nation. Philippines, India, we cannot buy content which are like 300 euro worth. And people who are doing research, they have to buy papers or read papers every day. But buying a paper every day is impossible, because we don't have that kind of money with us. Our institutions are not that rich that they can give you that much funding. So open access is very important. And that is why open access is the need of the hour, and we are already there with 50% content which is open access. I will talk about open access later also, how it works and how you will be benefited. I hope you all know SDG. SDG? What is it? Sustainable Development Goals. How many goals are there? 17. How many targets are there? Let's go a little deep, that is what is research, correct? 169 targets. So when you see all these goals, they actually started by UN. Amit categorically mentioned in his talk that India has put a deadline of 2070. When they started in 2015, the deadline was, anybody? 2030. It's like 15 years deadline. Now it's moved. All the countries are moving their goalposts. No, 2040 for me, 2050 for me. So interestingly, when this whole thing started, in 2015, we started publishing in SDG, and which is very important. Because when content is available, then only awareness is done. When awareness is done, then only people know and they start working in those areas. So SDG has already published 1 million paper, 13 million citations, and 53% open access. That means content is available to read. So you know that so much content is available in SDG. Anybody who is working on SDG, because nowadays there is a mandate for institutions in many countries where they have to align every project with SDG goal. Yesterday, we had a conference on machine and computer technologies, and it was aligned to 4 or 5 SDGs. And that is very much important. If you know any project you are doing can be aligned with any SDG, please do that, and then only it will help not only you, but the community as a whole. Next, please. So today what we are going to do, we are going to connect some dots. I'm going to talk about something because, again, everything is more on information driven. This is a presentation which I will ask Daniel to send it to you. If he has email IDs from you, then he can share this. Or if there is a platform, they can share it. So that it remains with you. Whenever there is a need, you can go back and you can check. That is what a reference material is. So what exactly we are going to do? We want to see all these things during our talk. Okay, next please. Why publish? Next please. Anyone can tell me why we need to publish? See, we are doing research. Research is done in our experimental labs. Whosoever doing is not important, but interestingly, that data has to be published. Immaterial of, irrespective of who is the author. Why we need to publish? Anyone? See, these guys came and they spoke and you listen, right? I cannot talk like them, they are teachers. I am a presenter. So you have to participate here, correct? Why we need to publish? Quickly. Anyone? Yes. Why we need to publish?
We need to publish research papers in order to implement them.
Very good, very good. Shad, next please. Ideally, these are the two reasons. If you go and find in Google, Google is your best friend, right? Go and find on Google, you will find this. To share research findings and discoveries with the hope of improving human civilization. Now, this is something which is a very big statement. Nowadays, the situation is this. We have 1,000 friends on Facebook, hardly 2 in physical mode. And we really don't know who our neighbors are. So, improving anything in human civilization is impossible. So, let's see what are the practical reasons. Shad, please. Practically, to get funding. Funding means to get money. Because whenever there is a research, there is a funding body. Before even you start research, there is something called grant writing, which is also very important, so that you continue getting money, so that you can run the research, to get promoted, to get a job. This is the whole idea. You know, when you're working, doing a research, finalizing your PhD, getting a job, getting married, that is the way life works, right? Very few people think that I will do something for the community. Firstly, we have to do something for ourselves and then be a part of the community, right? To keep your job, that is something important. When you have the research, otherwise there is a terminology called publish or perish. If you do not publish, if you do not send your content to the world, then your content is lost and you are perished. So there is a terminology called publish or perish. Yeah, next please. However, editors, reviewers, research community, they don't care. They don't care about your reasons. They only care about one thing, that is quality of the content, scope of your work. If it matches with their journals, if it matches with their conference, if it matches with their publication scope, they will publish it, otherwise it will be rejected. Let's see how they do it. Shad, next. Submission process. There is a submission process. Submission process drastically changed after internet came. Before internet, everything was through mail, postage mail. I can give you an example over here. People who were doing research in 19th century, they were sending their papers to international journals. Now through postage mail, just think about it, a paper written in Philippines, it will take how many days to reach Germany? Now the German editor will look at it and then he will reply. Then you will say yes to it or no to it. So it is like 1.5 years, 2 years for publication of the whole work. Now everything is with a click of a button, right? With WhatsApp. No, not with WhatsApp. With submission processes and platforms, right? See, why I said WhatsApp, how many of you use WhatsApp? WhatsApp? You don't use WhatsApp? Correct? 2.4 billion people are using WhatsApp worldwide, globally. Average number of messages per day is 55 per person. So you can very well imagine one application is creating how much content or how much data. So let's see what exactly is submission process. You have a manuscript, you have a covering letter. Now, Nilanjan said that covering letter, how to deal with it. When you have a manuscript and you have a covering letter, you send it to the journal. It goes to the, you can see the infographic, right? The paper is going to what? Editor, right? The paper you have written, you have a manuscript, you have a covering letter, it goes to the what? Going where? To the editor, right? Actually, it is not going to the editor. That is why I am emphasizing again and again. It is just going to a person who is sitting in the office, had no knowledge of the domain, had no knowledge of your paper, with a checklist. And if it matches the checklist, then your paper is going for the next stage. If it doesn't match your checklist, it will basically reject it. That is called first level of rejection of your paper, if your paper is not as per the structure what they want. Next level, if it moves to the next stage, everything is okay with the structure, it goes to editor. Now, editor checks two things, whether results are novel and topic is relevant or not. If they are not, then it is rejected. Next, please. If they are, next. If they are, it will go for a peer review. What is the meaning of peer? Peer means what? Peer means pari, right? Friend. Pari is friend, right? Yeah. So peer means friend. And then your paper is checked by papers who are expert in that area. Friend in peer review is people who are working in that area. So next level is paper is checked by peer reviewer and it is accepted. Next, please. But most of the papers will end up here in revision. Revision is where your paper needs to be changed, modified, revised. Next, please. And finally, what you have to do? You have to go for new experiments, improve readability, add information. Now, interestingly, if you have to do this, means 6 months of time is gone again. So you have to be very, very particular what is basically you are getting it from the reviewers. That is what Nilanjan was emphasizing. That means if you are getting any review comments, 1, 2, 3, 4 reviewers, always address all the reviews. If you are not addressing them, then obviously it will go back again, and this is a method which will, your process which will happen, right? Next, please. So finally your paper is accepted. Next, please. Next, please. Publishing timeline. This is a very critical thing. People who have published a paper, they know very well how much time it takes to publish a work. When you submit a work, if you get a reply within 10 days from the journal, don't publish it there. Whether it's a yes, whether it's a no, don't publish it there. Check your paper again and check whether the paper has been reviewed or not. If it is not reviewed, then there is no point in going to that journal. So basically what is happening, the publishing timeline varies from 3 months to 12 months. It depends on certain factors. What is the manuscript type, availability of reviewers, peer reviewers, people who are working in the domain for checking your paper, number of revisions, and how well you address them. You have to address all the review comments which you have received. Next, please. Usually you will find this is the time which is okay for a review. Usually they take 2 to 3 months, that is on average. But it depends. Suppose it's a journal which is an annual journal. Annual journal will only publish 20 papers in a year. So if you are sending there, so be very mindful that your paper will be coming back to you after 6 months only, after the review. If you want a quick review, then go for a monthly journal rather than an annual journal. Okay? Next, please. See, look at this beautiful pie chart. Rejection, major revision, minor revision. Acceptance is only a small part of it. A paper immediately gets accepted very, very rarely. Most of the papers, they are reviewed. Now, importantly, feedback is very important. Feedback is a positive word or a negative word? Positive? Feedback is always positive? Positive or negative? Positive. There are negative feedbacks? See, I'm confusing you. Okay. See, feedbacks are neutral, right? It depends what kind of a feedback you are getting. But usually when say you are getting a feedback, human minds works in such a way, we think, oh, if I tell you, you have got a feedback. You will say, oh, something negative has happened. Correct? Positive thing comes very late. But usually, feedback is a neutral thing. Next slide, please. You know what is this? What picture is this? Yeah. What picture is this? Human brain, right? So it has a left side and a right side. You know that? The left side has nothing right in it and right side has nothing. No, it's not the case. Importantly, both sides, they work in harmony. Next, please. If you look at this, left is always talking about logic and right is talking about creativity. Similarly, left is talking about reading, logic means reading, creativity means writing. If your logic is good, then your reading skills are better. But there are ways to improve it also. There are many tests available on Google. You can go today. Tonight, you can sit with these tools and you can check which side of your brain is working well. Whether the logic part is good with you or the creativity part is good with you. If you think that creativity is good, you can improve your logic. They will give you something. So this is something which is needed when you are doing research also. Very importantly, because similarly, reading and writing, they are connected as logic and creativity are connected. Next, please. How you read in research. That is very important. You have 7 days, correct? I don't know who has basically made these 7 days. If it would have given to me, I would have made week for 8 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 Sundays are needed, but it's not there. So keep the Sunday away. Take 6 days. Only use 1 day for 60 minutes once a week for downloading the work. Whatever you want to read in research, download the content, keep it in a folder. And then use 20 to 30 minutes each day to read that. If you are a PhD scholar and if you are doing a research, importantly, you have to give 60 minutes of study every day. The way you give time for eating, the way you give time for other chores, and you have to give 60 minutes every day. So 60 minutes you download, 20 to 30 minutes reading. Please prepare a journal club. Journal club is very important. It is not something a part of a big club. It can be just 4 or 5 people. People who are working in your domain, working in your area. You can actually download the same paper, read the same paper, and then sit with each other and dissect the same paper, discuss the same paper. That is how research is basically dissected and understood. Because your perspective may not be the correct perspective about the whole paper itself. Maybe someone else's perspective is much better and you can get a much more wider understanding when you sit with that person. Peer review, peer studying is important when you are doing research, and that is needed because you need to trust people. Correct? Next slide, please. Okay, this section is basically ethical issues. I love ethics. We say ethics is very important. Madam was here in the beginning. She was basically a director of research ethics. But I feel research ethics is basically a myth. It's an ethics, life ethics. If you are ethical in your life, you are ethical in your research also. If you are not, then there is a question mark. Next, please. You know this term, copyright? Correct? So English is a very interesting language. You just put a space between copy and write. No, it's not. It's not right to copy anything. We know Control C and Control V are very, very interesting keypad tools. But importantly, what we have to know here, why I am talking about copyright, because you can get definitions and all everywhere. Important is this website. Committee on Publication Ethics. COPE is the website where you can find all research policies and guidelines. When you actually play a game in a sport, you need to know the rules. Otherwise, you cannot perform. It's a very similar thing when you are doing research. You need to know the guidelines. Otherwise, you cannot do research. COPE is the place where you can find a lot of information in lucid language. Then there are case studies and also platforms where people are interacting. So there is a possibility that you can get into a discussion with another researcher and you can actually talk about the paper, maybe a case study over there. Next, please. Now, importantly, I don't know whether you heard this word retraction. What is the meaning of retraction? Anybody? Yeah, please. Retraction means what? No, I'm not talking about paper here. I'm just talking about the word retraction. What is the meaning of retraction? Yeah. Remove, right? Taken away. That is something called retraction. Now, what is retraction in publication world? Retraction in publication world, that means something is published, we are taking it away. The content is moved from the platform. Is it possible in case of a printed book, printed journal? No. Because a printed book or a printed journal you purchase. So if there is something unethical in that book or in that journal, I cannot go to your house and tell, okay, give me the book back. No. But it is possible with electronic content. Electronic content, I can actually remove the content. Interestingly, we don't remove the content. Retraction is much more derogatory. We just keep the content and put a watermark and a note very clearly mentioning that author has committed this unethical activity, and that is why the paper has been removed. Removed by whom? Maybe by the editor, or by the publisher, or authors themselves. Sometimes you will find it is written the author has retracted the paper. Why? Maybe the author has realized after a certain point of time the data which they have basically published is not correct. And that is not derogatory, because you are correcting the science over there. You are correcting your paper in a way, so it is important to know who has retracted and what exactly has happened. But if the paper has a problem which will create, suppose a clinical paper, a medicine paper, and that is going to create a lot of issues. It's talking about medicine, a wrong medicine, and that will create a problem with the society, community. Then we will remove the content, otherwise it will stay there. But when we see this retraction thing, we said, what is the most occurring reason for retraction? When all these retractions are happening, what is the reason behind it? Honest error. Very surprising, right? Honest error is what? Honest error means someone is committing an error and they are not aware actually they are doing something wrong. And that is 40%. And why is it that? Because they don't know the rules, they don't know the guidelines, and they are doing that. And that is very important. That is why you have to go to the site like COPE to find what are the guidelines. Second is fabrication and falsification. This is something which was actually increased with internet. Lot of data is available and you think this data is free. No, that data is not free. It is either copyrighted or trademarked by someone else. So when we copy that data, we fabricate that data, there is a problem. Then there is self-plagiarism. We will talk about later, and there are other reasons. Next, please. Simultaneous submission. Anyone can tell me what is simultaneous submission? It is unethical, that I can tell you. But what is it? It is submitting your paper to multiple journals at the same time. Right? You have written a paper and you are sending it to 5 different journals. You have written a book and you are sending it to 5 different publishers. Now, what is unethical about it? You might counter me that I am just sending it, not publishing it. I am just sending it to 5 journals and I will get the review done. Once the review is done, I will take a call where to publish. But the problem is this. Next, please. It's a waste of time, effort, and resource. Which resource? Reviewers. Like if I take the case of Eva, Eva gets almost 15 to 20 emails from journals, from conferences, from book editors, book publishers. Please review this paper. Please review this chapter. She can only pick one if she wants to. Now, when she picks one, she is going to put a lot of time into that. If she has to reject that paper, she has to give at least 2 hours. Minimum, understand the paper, then only she can reject it. If she has to accept that paper, that means 8 to 10 hours of time she has to devote. She cannot devote 8 hours in a day because she has other preferences, like eating food now. So, they have preferences, right? People have teaching class, administrative work, other work, family. So they cannot give that much of time. So they will give that 8 hours in next 8 days. And just imagine in next 8 days, she will have 160 more emails. So what exactly you are doing? Why I am emphasizing? Because you are sending it to 5 different journals, and all these 5 journals are sending that paper to different reviewers. So you are wasting time of the reviewer, which is a crime in publication. Next, please. Yeah. Multiple submissions. Multiple submission is another problem where you will find like conferences. Yesterday we had a conference. PWU basically, hosted it. And interestingly, if you find 80 papers are getting published, out of 80 papers, 40 papers are from PWU only. Correct? This is happening. This looks like something which is impossible, but this is happening many places. So be very, very mindful. A special issue. A journal special issue is there. You will find 15 papers, 5 are coming from editors only. So this is something very unethical, and this is multiple submission. Next, please. Plagiarism. Oh, this is a buzzword. Nobody likes it. This is the word everyone hates. But we are smart people. We know English language well. We have synonyms. We use overlapping. Correct? We use similarity. But similarity, overlapping, plagiarism, everything means same. So if you have something plagiarized means what? You are taking someone else's work, content, and you are reusing it without giving recognition. Next, please. There is a way to give that. Next. This is. No, sorry, go back, Chan. This is a fair use. There is a document published by Association of Research Libraries in 2012, and they have actually told what is the fair use, how you can do fair use, right? But still I will tell you, don't go in a fair use way. Always, always, always give recognition. I will tell you how to do that. Next, please. How we are alerted to plagiarism. That means there is a plagiarism we are saying. How we are alerted. Original author, you are the author of your paper. You see, oh, someone has copied my work and published somewhere else, because in your domain you can study, you can see. Second is reviewers. They are actually reading so much that sometimes they will tell us, they will alert us. They are not going to tell us, okay, this is plagiarized. But they know, okay, there is something fishy about this paper. Finally, there is someone called reader. They are whistleblowers. When you read in your area, you see, oh, same person has published the paper at 2 different places. This is again coming to us. But you know that we can identify plagiarism, right? A tool which can identify plagiarism. You know that? Which tool? Any tool which identifies plagiarism? Which one? Turnitin, correct. Any more? Authenticate. So there are tools which can identify. Identify what? Plagiarism. Okay, next please. I said it cannot identify plagiarism. Interestingly, I said in the beginning, still we need human for research, and human beings cannot be replaced by a tool. Mind my words. Next, sorry. Go back. Yeah. So I said it cannot identify plagiarism. That means it takes a human eye. And who is this human eye? They are the reviewers. Reviewers are going to take a decision on the basis of different similarity percentages. I will tell you how they are doing it. Next slide, please. See, this is how authenticate looks. Next slide. This is the inside story. You can see all the articles are there, and this is the similarity percentages. That means first paper has 11% similarity with previously published content. Correct? Next slide, please. See, such a beautiful, colorful paper. But interestingly, this is 93% plagiarized, right? This cannot be published. Next slide. Next, please. Next, please. I will give you some tips. How to do it, how this is happening. Next, please. The tool cannot detect all problems. I said because a human person is needed. A low similarity score does not mean there is no plagiarism. Let me just elaborate. Suppose there are 2 papers, X and Y. You use any tool. Authenticate, Turnitin, Docolog, whatever you have. You use it and you find X is 30% similar and Y is 10% similar. Which is more plagiarized? By looking at the numbers, which is more plagiarized, X or Y? X is 30%, Y is 10%. So which is more plagiarized? X, right? It is 30%. Now we need a human eye. Go a little deeper into it and you will find X is 30%, but the sources are 30 sources. From 30 sources, content is, how this machine is working. It is basically checking the content from internet, whether this content is published before or not. That is how it checks it. So 30% from 30 sources and this 10% from a single source. So 10% becomes more problematic than 30%. Then it is important to look at the individual sources. Suppose X and Y both are 30%. But X is again 30 sources and Y is from 3 sources. 10, 10, 10. Then again Y becomes more problematic and you cannot publish the content. Setting a standard is difficult. Usually people ask us how to set a standard then, how to look at it. If 10 is more problematic than 30, then how to check? Easy. If the number is below 20%, after checking with Authenticate or Turnitin, you go quickly to the sheet, report and see what is the single source, individual source. If it is less than 4% in each case, it's fine. If it is not, then if there is a problem, you can ask the author to change it. If it is 20 to 40%, that means you have to return it to the author for changing it. If it is more than 40, then the content cannot be changed. It can be only paraphrased. That means there is a problem. And Nilanjan showed you a paraphrasing tool. There are even paraphrasing companies. There are organizations who are paraphrasing content for people. Suppose you have a paper, you have published it, they will come back to you and they say, okay, please pay 20,000 peso and I will change the paper without doing anything and your paper will be published again. So there are unethical activities. Next, please. Self-plagiarism. I stopped there before I was giving the reasons. Self-plagiarism is nothing but content which you have already published is published again. Now here, the important thing which you have to understand, you don't have to change your style. Your style of writing is going to be same in every paper. The tool or the human check is not actually checking your style. They are just checking whether you are using the same content in your paper which is already published before. If you are, suppose you are working on an algorithm and you have published this algorithm in your previous paper, then it is important that you refer that algorithm if it is not critically needed in that paper. If it is needed, then also you mention that my paper so and so has been published and it has this algorithm and my algorithm is repeated for advanced studies. Make it very clear and transparent for people who are basically checking your work. If it is not, then automatically you are falling into the trap of self-plagiarism. Correct? Next, please. Data fabrication and falsification. As I said before, internet, this was not there. Now data is available. You are just trying to create a modified data. And the problem basically what we are facing, I will tell you in another slide. Yeah, next please. So general advice is basically if you are using a quotation, if you are using 2 sentences from any paper which is published before, even your or someone else's, please give recognition, put it into quotation marks. Give credit to the original author. If you are copying some paragraphs or image or a table or you are reusing content, please take permission and then only use it. Yeah, next please. Easy to take that permission. This is a chapter which is published on Springer. The chapter or a journal paper which is published on our website has this particular reprints and permission. And similar type of links are available in all good publishers' websites. Just go to reprints and permission and click it. Next is, this will open. Rights link. You go to a page where they are going to ask you some questions, whether you are going to put this content in a book where you will get some royalty, or you are using it in your slides in classroom, or you are using it for your journal. They will ask you some questions. Depending upon your answers, there is a fee attached to it, but not always. If it is your own work, there is no fee. Next, please. A couple of terminologies I would like to highlight to you. You can go back and you find them more about them. The first one over here is SciGen. Anyone who has heard this term SciGen? SciGen is a tool now we are using LLM, right, for writing papers and all. This is something which was developed in 2003 by MIT students. And what they were actually doing it, they were creating papers through a tool which is called Saizen. Each sentence is correct. Sentence to sentence, there is no meaning. They wanted to show the world that these papers are actually fake papers, but they get approval, accepted, and published. So that means that fake papers are getting published. So Saizen is basically for creating fake papers. But interestingly, lots of papers are published, created through Saizen. We have something called MathGen also for mathematic papers. So go and check them, don't use them. Then we have robo-writers. These robo-writers are LLM writers. You know all the, starting with GPT. Then you have citation manipulation. Citation manipulation, these are senior people are doing in the industry, and they are basically using some equations, and they are citing their own work in such a way so that there is a manipulation involved in it. Then you have paper mill. Mill means factory. It's a factory in which papers are being created. Suppose he has written a paper, and I am his friend. I don't know, we work together, we know each other. My area is completely different, his area is completely different. But he said, I'm his friend, right? So why not give authorship to me? So we just published a paper. He has given that authorship to me. I will give his authorship to him, some paper. So we are creating a factory where we are doing unethical activities and creating more and more papers. Then you have tortured phrases. Go to a website called PubPeer, P-U-B-P-E-E-R. PubPeer lists all these unethical types, and you will find tortured phrases. Very interesting. Tortured phrases is basically, suppose there is a paper on smart city. You are copying that paper completely. You are using that word, and instead of smart city, you change it to brilliant city. So a tool cannot find, tool cannot catch. Now this is like random forest. It's a very common term in, they would random wood. The forest is changed to wood. Smart is changed to brilliant. That is a tortured phrase. Next, please. See, I just wanted to show you this. When we were talking about this fabrication and falsification, this is the kind of problems we received. In 2024, we have received 3027 queries about unethical things. And you see this whole area, this is image irregularities. So people are playing with already images, and they are recreating and modifying images and sending the paper again. So this is all something which is irregular and unethical. Next, please. See, whose responsibility is integrity then? Who is responsible? Only the author? No. The whole system is responsible for ethical things. Researcher is basically connected to everybody, to the institution, to the co-authors, ethics committee, government funders, finally publishers, and all these people in between the process. So everyone has to be ethical for final ethical content. It just author cannot be blamed only for this unethical. If suppose your institution is not working ethically, then you cannot create ethical content at the end of the day, right? Next, please. Authorship. Authorship is something Nilanjan has touched it very briefly. I will tell you, who are your authors? He was talking about when acknowledgement, then he said don't acknowledge your co-authors. He was talking about it. So basically acknowledgement section is not for co-authors, but who are your authors? The people who are basically contributed to the content, they are authors. How we deal them? For mathematics and economics papers, you authors are listed alphabetical order. First and last authors are usually seen as contributing for other papers. And it is very important that you have to have an agreement on conflict of interest. So people who are helping you are not authors. People who are contributing to the work are basically authors. Next, please. Problems commonly we encounter. See, gift authorship. I have written, I have to gift someone, so I gifted the authorship to the person. Then, ghost authorship. This is another thing. The book is published, the name of the author is a very popular person, but actually book is written by someone else because they want to sell it. This is a ghost authorship. Authorship with without author's knowledge. So many research work are published, even the author sometimes they don't know their name is there because they are popular. They think if this name is there, obviously paper will be published or accepted. Then you have authorship for sale. Suppose I submitted a paper to a conference and that conference has accepted that paper, and finally I started selling the positions. I am the first author, he can be the second author, 20,000 peso. You can be the third author, 10,000 peso. So I can just selling the positions, and these are all unethical things which we receive on an almost weekly basis. So you can very well imagine, if I am working as a single editor, I am at least getting 52, and we have more than 3,000 editors. So how much unethical content is flowing and unethical things are there. Next, please. Predatory publishers. Importantly, you need to know who are predatory publishers, who are not using any kind of ethical review system, and they are basically trying to trap you and take money from you for publishing the content. Next, please. This is the list. This is the list, Bial's list, which is very, very important. You go to Bial's list, check. Suppose you identify a journal in your domain. You haven't heard about that journal before. You want to know whether the journal is good or bad, go to this list. Bial's list will tell you whether the journal is good or bad. Next, please. Research integrity. This is basically for young researchers. This is a training tool which we have developed, and you can share it with anyone who wants to know about it. Basically, it's a self-driven training course, free of cost. Just go and log in and register, and you can use it. This is to create awareness, tell people what exactly is integrity, what exactly is research integrity, and how you can be ethical in your work. Next, please. This is a course on research ethics. This is another free course which you can go, you can actually register, and you can use. Next, please. Yeah, coming to structuring your manuscript, I am not going to put a lot of effort in this, but because Nilanjan has already spoken about it, how to structure and how to, yeah. Next, please. So we don't talk about we don't talk about once upon a time in our research, but we follow this IMRAD model. IMRAD is nothing but introduction, methods, results, discussion. This is the common thing in most of the papers. But you have also title, abstract, keywords, references, and acknowledgements. Nilanjan has already spoken about these different elements. I will just touch upon few, and I will give you some pointers which will help you. Yeah, next, please. Okay. The right order to write a paper when you are actually not finalizing but drafting a paper. First time you are drafting your paper, the first thing you will write is methods and results. Once the methods and results are done, you have to come to introduction and discussion after selecting the journal. Because when you have selected the journal, you will find there are instructions for authors very clearly then how many words you need to write in introduction. Nilanjan said very clearly in the morning that if you are writing a big introduction, then you are putting the person on sleep and they will only read the introduction again and again. But importantly, your introduction should be driven by the scope and the instructions. Then you have title and abstract, which is the last part. Because what is it? Title and abstract is basically summarization. Yesterday during the conference, I was just sitting there and I was hearing those presentations. I found one thing which is very intriguing, that most of the papers have very big titles. I was thinking of telling Amit that next conference you should put this in the instruction itself, that it should not be more than 15 words. It should not be more than 65 characters. Because if you are writing a huge title, I will tell you what is the problem. Next slide, please. Title is very important for reader's attention. How the reader sees it, when you are searching anything on Google, the title appears. If the title is too big, only the truncated version will appear, number one. Secondly, the search itself is getting changed now. You must have realized that if you are searching anything on Google, then now AI content comes first. Previously, the research paper used to come first. Or SEO, your whole process of SEO works on that. Now, it's an AI content. So if your title is very big, then there is a problem. It is actually introduces your manuscript and also level for indexing. So what exactly you have to do? Convey main topics, be specific and concise, and avoid jargons. That is very important. Abbreviations. Like, suppose your paper is on DNA. DNA is fine because it's universally accepted abbreviation. But suppose it's like your paper and your method is PGCA. Now, what is PGCA? I don't know, correct? So you have to elaborate. You have to give the full form in the title itself. Next, please. Abstract. Nilanjan spoke about abstract. Quickly, I will tell you some points. Next, please. Relevance of your aims, importance of your results, and validity of conclusions. These are the three things which should be part of your abstract. As he said, 150 words to 250 words, not more than that. But, tell me one thing. Who is the best abstract writer? Who can write the abstract best for a paper? Author, right? The author himself can or herself can write the abstract. But there is an abstract writing industry. Yeah, 1,000 crores business. So there are people who write abstracts for papers. But if your abstract is not written correctly or well, likely the only part to be read in this digital world. Because when you try to see or download a paper, you can only read abstract. If your abstract is not correctly written, nobody is going to check your whole paper. It will only, and it also judges your writing style. Next, please. Introduction. The question is why, what question problem was studied. See, everything has to have a beginning, a middle, and end. This is how we actually even write a small paragraph or anything about it. Like we used to write essays, right, in our school days. Write an essay on a particular topic. What we have to do? We have to have an introduction, small beginning, then your middle part, and finally the conclusion part. This is how you... So introduction is like the beginning. Do not write comprehensive literature review. This is the mistake usually first time authors commit. They study so much about literature review, they put everything there. So cite them, but don't put the content. Yeah, next please. Middle part, that is the rationale or reason of your study you have to write. Explain how you address the problem and do not state results from your study. Please, please, please do not put results in introduction. If you put results on introduction section, it will be desk rejected immediately. Next, please. This is the end of it. Like clearly state specific aims of your study, state the methods you have used, and the citations are balanced or not. What do you mean by citations are balanced or not? That means you are doing research in 2025. Suppose you are just putting references from 2005. That is the last. So that means you are telling the author or telling the community very well that 2005 to 2025, there is nothing been done on this particular area because you have not given any references from 2005. So it has to be completely balanced. Next, please. Materials and methods. Put it into clear subheadings. Describe methods in past tense. New methods must be described with sufficient details. If it's a new method which you are using it for first time, elaborate it. If it is an old method or an established method, please reference it, refer it. If it is an established method and already you have published it, all the content is available, then automatically that will show as a self-plagiarism if you are putting it in your paper. Describe the statistical test. Next, please. Results. Also use subheadings, use past tense, but when you are referring to figures and tables, it should be in present tense. Present the facts, do not discuss your results. Because we have another section called discussion. Only present your results here. Do not duplicate data among figure, tables, and text. That means if you are putting a figure, that figure caption, the figure content, and everything should be clear enough so that you don't have to give the same thing in a written form in the paper also. So it's not a duplication thing. If you duplicate, another reason for rejection of your paper. Include results of statistical analysis at the end. Next, please. So when we are talking about tables and figures, I am emphasizing again when you are basically using its very effective way, but avoid duplication with the text. Level all parts correctly. Legends or captions should be standalone. The reason is very simple. We are publishing content electronically, but reviewers are still checking everything in a hard copy, print copy. That is how they check it. They see the title, they go to introduction, jump to the results, see the figures, come back again. This is how they check it. So it is always good to have a standalone caption over there. Yeah, next please. Discussion. Discussion means as Nilanjan said, so what? So discussion section is actually so what? So basically if you have got best result, so what? And if you haven't got a good result, so what? So this is how so what you have to write. What do these findings mean? Again, break them into beginning, middle and end. The most difficult section to write, be humble, do not overstate importance of your results. If you are overstating importance, this is the only result, this is the first time, then automatically reviewer will tell you, this is not the first time and it happened before, and your paper will be again going through this particular thing. Okay, next please. Beginning part, answer the research question, always provide the main or major result first. People have no, when this whole internet business started, I can tell you 25 years ago, all the websites used to have dynamic HTML. You open a website, someone is jumping, some cartoon character is coming, what is happening? But now you see, everything is very calm. People have no time to see all this jumping around unless it's a Cartoon Network channel. So everything is very professional. Similarly, you have to give the main result first. No one has time to see your other results which are not important. So give your conclusion based on the results. Middle section, interpret the results. Compare your results. If it is in a comparison thing, please compare your result with previous publication. If it is not there, then also you say whether it's the same or different or possible reasons. Briefly describe limitations. Very, very important. If you are not describing the limitations, then obviously reviewer is going to come back to you and ask you to do that. Because if you don't know limitations of your work, then you are simply fooling around. You are not serious about your work. Yeah, next please. End of discussion. Reiterate your conclusion. Usually when we put in summary, in conclusion, that means we are actually end of it. And finally, suggest future work. It's not mandatory. It's not something which because of which your paper will be rejected. No, not at all. But if you know something which will suggest a future work that actually impresses the reviewer also, they know. And they know, okay, something he knows, maybe he or she will do it or someone else will do it. Yeah, next please. References. As Nilanjan said, there are different reference management software, RefWork, Mendeley, EndNote, Zotero, Papers, many of them. You can use any and you can use them because they usually help you quickly. Otherwise, you have to do it manually. There are two types of references. One is name date. Name date means Bose 2012, Dasig 2014, Day 2016. This is the name date. And numbered. Numbered are usually in a square bracket or superscript. They are never in a subscript. The reason is subscript will confuse with chemistry formulas. That is why they are never, H2O will become H2O2. So that will be a disaster, okay? Next, please. You know this, what is impact factor? This is a factor which has created a lot of impact actually. That is why it is called impact factor. This is an equation, but mathematicians, they don't like this equation. I will tell you what exactly it is. There is a journal citation report. This report has 22,000 plus journals from 111 countries and so many categories. That means the journals which are indexed by this. Thomson Reuters was the company. They started in 1974 and they started to index journals. The reason was simply to tell librarians which are good journals. Correct? So now the company has changed. It is Clarivate Analytics. Clarivate Analytics is basically, this is a equation. Equation is very simple. Suppose I want to know the impact factor of a journal in 2025. Impact factor of a journal, 2024 impact factor of a journal in 25. It will be updated in 25. How it is done? The papers which are published in that journal in 2022 and 2023 are taken together. Suppose, let me be more clear, a journal X has published 50 papers in 2022 and 50 papers in 2023. That means the journal has published 100 papers in totality in 2 years, 50-50. Now, these 100 papers how many times these papers are cited in 2024? You have to check. And this is the equation. Citations divided by, suppose only one paper is cited 100 times. Rest 99 are not cited at all. This equation is 100 by 100. That means 1. So just imagine, because of one paper, impact factor is 1. If that paper is not there, impact factor is 0. So impact factor is something which is a factor you have to consider, but it is not that important when your scope is more important for finding a journal. Next, please. Yeah, this is the last section where I will talk about some author services and publishing tools. Few tools were introduced by Nilanjan. I will tell you about few tools. This is a tool which was developed by Edance. Edance is a Japanese company. They have developed a tool for us also. This is a tool where you can find a suitable journal for your work. Very easy. You have to go there. It's a free tool. What exactly you have to do? You have to put the abstract of your paper and say, find. Suppose the abstract is not ready. It's a possibility because abstract is the last thing you are going to write. If abstract is not ready, then you put keywords of your paper, not the keywords of your domain. Because if you are putting keywords of the subject area, then search will be much wider. So if you are putting keywords of your paper, it will find a journal for you which you can actually select, and you can see, okay, it is suitable or not. You can check all the conditions, and immediately with the help of this tool, this will refine your search for a new journal. Yeah, next please. This is a journal finder. This is developed by Edance for us. Edance one actually takes care of 28,000 plus journals. This is only for 3,500 journals for us. Yeah, next please. Reviewer finder, very good tool, because nowadays you have seen the papers which are getting published by journals. They ask for more reviewers from your side. They said, please send the name of reviewers. So this is a place where you can find reviewers in your area, but I can see the use in a different way. The reviewers who are working in your area are basically can be your co-authors, co-collaborators. So this tool can be used as a networking tool also. Next, please. Shared it. This is a tool which was developed in 2019 by Springer. Any paper published in a journal or any paper published in a conference, you can share that with the community. Suppose there is a journal and your institution has not subscribed that journal, so you cannot get the content, correct? You can only see the abstract. But with this tool, there is a possibility. Suppose you are publishing, so you can share the link with everybody. In case you want to get that paper without paying anything, you can write to the corresponding author of that paper, corresponding author. But this is only for Springer journals and Springer conference papers. Next, please. ORCID ID, this is Nilanjan has highlighted it and said Anindo will talk about it. This is nothing but a basically recognizing tool. This is a number which is assigned to a person when you register. And this is very, very important. If you are a research scholar, if you are a faculty and you are going to publish anything, then please register and have ORCID ID, because this is a unique recognition. Suppose there is another person with the same name, Daniel Dasik. Possible? Possible, right? So when that Daniel Dasik is going to publish a paper somewhere, it gets mixed. Maybe the citation gets mixed with his paper. So if he has a unique ID and that person also has a unique ID, then automatically it will be assigned to the correct person. Next, please. This is a page which is very important, because here you get to know about the policies. As I said, policies are very important. Publishing policies, editorial policies, book publishing policies, but more importantly, we are using data every day for our work. Research data policies, and finally there are open access policies. Next, please. OA funding support. Open access is author pay model. Author has to pay to publish in open access format. I said in the beginning, our target is to make more and more content open access. But who will pay? Usually the institute pays or the funding bodies pay. This page, if you go there, it will actually list a lot of funding bodies, more than 300 funding bodies for journal paper, and more than 75 funding bodies. A lot of them are institutions, but definitely you will get to see a lot of funding bodies. They help you. Sometimes they don't give you the whole money, but I am a true believer, when you ask, then you get. So you have to go and ask for it. Next, please. The people who are a little ahead of beyond PhD, who are faculties over here, young and old both, there is a possible way of publication of a small book. This is something which we started in 2010, realizing that journal papers sometimes are big papers and journal cannot publish it, or you cannot write a 300-page book, but there is a possibility to write something in 55 to 125 pages. Or you have some work or your class notes in such a way that it is just 100-odd pages, which you are using every year. So you can even create a book out of it. Or a very small thesis, there is a possibility. So it's basically your copyright remains with author. That is very important in this, because you don't have to transfer the copyright. Maybe a cutting edge work which you want to publish and republish in any other journal. Next, please. I will talk about 4 books here, and all these 4 books should be, in the table of a researcher. They are so important. First one is How to Write and Publish a Scientific Paper. This is written by Barbara Gastel and Robert A. Day. This is 8th edition, 9 is out, 7th is freely available. So you can go to Google and you can say the PDF of this book, but this is a must read. This book will tell you how to write each type of different papers, all these, how they basically, written, what are the structure and everything. Next, please. This is a book, getting it published. This is by William Germano. He's a publisher himself. This is more like a glossary for publishing, All the terminologies are there where you can go and you can find those. Third one is Textbook of Research Ethics. This is written by Sana Lu, an important book on ethics. And even I feel that this book should be introduced to even undergraduate level. A lot of undergraduate students are doing a lot of good projects and they are publishing their work. If they know ethics well and methodologies well, then it is really, really helpful for them. And finally, this is a book about scholar tools. These are the tools, because he has introduced some tools, I have told, but AI has basically flooded the industry with tools. So a lot of tools you will get to know. This book, which is a 3-year-old book. Next, please. Spotlight on SDG. I just wanted to highlight this before I conclude my presentation, that SDG is very important. As I said in the beginning, if you are doing any project, please try to align it with SDG. We are bringing SDG reports every year. If you want to know anything about it, you can go to Springer Nature and SDG report. We are bringing it for last 5 years. You can read them, because in the coming years, SDG is something which will actually in limelight, because you have to align it, otherwise it will be difficult for you to even highlight your work in that way. And it is not difficult because there are 17 goals and 169 targets. If you go a little deeper, you will find one of the targets is basically aligned with your work or something. Next, please. Thank you for giving this opportunity. This is my email ID. Usually I share this email ID with you. The reason is very simple. When you go back, the whole idea of coming to you is basically to tell you, go and use these tools. Go and find something which you can use. And if we are able to help you in anything, that is our whole purpose. So if you face any kind of difficulties, if you want to know anything later, because when you go back, then only you will have queries. When you see these information, then you will have queries. You know where to come. You can see my photograph, such a wonderful person. And you can see my email ID, right? Thank you once again.
Okay, thanks so much, Mr. Boast. Oh, that was super interesting topic. Okay? And now we move on forward to an exciting part of our program, the panel discussion, entitled Breaking Down the Breakthrough. May we invite our esteemed panelists to the stage, Dr. Amit Joshi, Professor Dr. Nilanjan Day, Mr. Aninda Bose, and also we have Dr. Eva Tuba. Dr. Eva Tuba is an assistant professor of computer science at Trinity University San Antonio TX, researcher and ERA chair for the Auto Learn SI project financed by the EU Joseph Stefan Institute of Ljubljana, Slovenia, and researcher on characterizing crisis cause air pollution alteration project at Sigendunum University, Serbia. She is included as a Stanford University list of 2% of the most influential scientists in the world in all disciplines for 5 years. Professor Tuba is a recipient of the 2024 ACM Women Rising Star Award. She is the author of the co-author of 100 scientific papers cited around 4,200 times, high index 39. Proof Tuba is a member of the editorial board scientific of technical committee of a number of scientific journals and international conferences. She is a member of IAE, Young Professionals, ACM, and ACMY, EMS, and SIAM, SCRS Fellow. Also, we have Dr. Daniel Dasig, Research Director and Quality Assurance Coordinator. This engaging panel discussion will be expertly moderated by Dr. Menchita F. Dumlao, Chairperson of the PWU Ethics Review Board, Program Chair for Information Technology, and Head of the PWU Technology Integration Team. Let us give Dr. Dumlao a warm round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Again, good afternoon to everyone and to our esteemed speakers. So it is my honor to be the moderator for today. And thank you so much. It is our heartfelt gratitude for all of you to be here. We are very proud and we are so lucky that we were able to hear all of your talks. So we really need those kinds of speech and lectures, especially in the graduate school and also in the undergraduate level. So also as the chair of the Research Ethics Review, I was really fascinated with your lecture, especially when it comes to the ethical considerations. So today, we will be moving to our panel discussion. So, are you ready? Yes, so I think they are much ready. And also our audience here, I know you're having a lot of thoughts about what we just have heard today. So it is my honor and pleasure to open to everyone. You can throw questions, but first and foremost, let's have some ground rules here. Is that fine? All right, so we have the microphone here, so you can raise your hand if you want to ask questions. And then please first introduce yourself. Where do you come from? What department or what university you come from? And then please state the name of the person that you want to ask question. And then you can respectfully ask the question to our esteemed panel here. So again, in our audience, are you ready? Okay. Someone is saying no. Okay. Why are you not ready? Okay. So, can someone throw the first question? Yeah? Okay. So doctor say he wants the difficult one. Okay, I don't know if this is difficult. Maybe we can start the discussion. Okay, so I would like to ask one of our panelists here, Dr. Joshi. Yeah? So from your experience in evaluating and mentoring funded research across regions, what distinguishes a fundable proposal from a merely good one, particularly in competitive international grant environments?
So good evening to one and all, and you have to ask question why. So just a suggestion to every one of you, if you don't ask why, you are not in research. So coming to your answer. So there are a lot of funding agencies across the globe which fund on research proposals and even the OA publications and everything. So like for a journal proposal, you saw the strings of the how you have to write the proposal. Similarly, for a funding proposal also, you need to find the right funder for your project who is looking for funding in that particular area, because they have some targets. Funding agencies also have some targets to achieve, like in Sustainable Development Goal targets of 169. So if you match that target in that area, that funding agency is looking for proving something like this, and your proposal is like that. One is that. Second is you have to identify a funding agency who has the current year budget. Sometimes what happens, you put the proposal in December and they are exhausted of budgets. So you need to get into touch with the people from the funding agencies that whether the budget is available for this kind of proposal or not. And then after these two things, it comes the technicality of the proposal, that how good your proposal is and who are the people associated with it. Is it from an institution, it is from an organization or an NGO or an individual proposal. Then this is the third point it comes. Fourth point, it checks that what you will achieve will be impactful to the society. So you have to take care of the impact. I am addressing this impact word again and again because that's what is more meaningful to organizations who fund proposals. So these are the few points which you should take care in mind before putting a proposal to a funding agency.
There is a yes.
One thing I would like to add here, when you are trying to find a problem which you want to solve, in PhD, when you are doing PhD, usually guides will tell you, if you find a good problem and a bad solution, don't worry. Someone will find a good solution. So if you find a good problem, your half work is done. Now, importantly, try to go for a problem which is for the local community. That is very important when you are submitting anything for a grant writing. Maybe it takes, you can share it with global audience, that is a different thing. But if your problem is not finding a solution for your local community, then that problem is not addressed first. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with that. So dear students, faculty members, and also directors, we still have Dr. Sornosa here, our director for graduate school at the back. So I agree with Doctor. So before we look into the global, we have to look first here in PWU. So many problems to solve. Really, a lot of problems. Yeah, I agree. So actually we have IT in PWU, but we also have other programs which are relevant, like nursing. We also have nutrition, education, environment. So we have a lot of programs which we can focus on research. Okay, so we can move into another transition. Is there anyone who want to ask from the floor? Dr. Demeke? Okay, so we have Dr. Demeke here from the floor. One? Anyone? Okay, so again, I think I have a lot of question in mind. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, so as a transition question. Okay, so this is again for Professor. This is for Professor Nilanjan Day. Okay, sir. As one of the world's top-cited scientists, what strategic decisions a researcher should do to accelerate publication impact and global visibility? I think PWU badly need that. Yeah.
See, two things. One is quality, one is quantity. So if you are writing more, maybe automatically it's something not quality. So there should be a trade-off. And even if you are writing very less, then also it's not good. Maybe, but the thing is, if you collaborate, if you communicate with people, if you collaborate with many researchers of different countries, automatically you will be a part of different work group. So now if you are able to allocate your time accordingly, then it is good. So at a time, if you are involving maybe couple of projects, that is good. So I think instead of doing, there can be two ways. Either you are doing one project and you are focusing on that. Other way, in collaborative way, you are equally contributing or trying to contribute equally, and you are playing a role in different projects. So for the visibility case, it's very important. The global connection is very important. There are a lot of ways you can communicate with people, and the important thing is one algorithm, one particular model may work in your locality, in your society, but may not work in other place. Let me give an example, like a project on food culture or smoking pattern or alcoholic nature. So these are very much, it's not specific to a region. So if you look into different countries, you will get different types of data. So if you are dealing with one type of data in your locality, the model will never be robust. So you need to study different ethnicity, different demographics. And for these kind of reason, collaboration is very important. So standardization for robustness checking, for a sustainability issue, trying to focus on these things to gather data, to connect with people is very important. And last thing, see, if you are connecting with people globally, then automatically one connection create another connection. So over a period of time, you will see, you may know different people of your area, and there are a lot of scope of work. So I think this will increase time to time, means these connections will help. So this is my view.
I want to come again. So please forgive me for that. See, importantly, what I want to tell you, you must have seen for all papers which are published, you have a corresponding author, right? That corresponding author is basically there to correspond about the paper. That person will correspond about the paper. But suppose you have written a paper and someone writes back to you that your work is amazing, it has basically helped me to advance my work, and do you want to collaborate? This is another way of networking with people. Because he's talking about collaboration. Collaboration, it's not easy. Sometimes it is very difficult to even collaborate with the university next to your university. Talking about global is something very difficult. But at the same time, if you are trying to connect with people, if you think you have downloaded 50 papers for your work, and 2 papers are really good, which is helping you, why not immediately write to the corresponding author? Just appreciate them, This is another way of just acknowledging and also networking. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, everyone are talking about networking, but I cannot stress enough how much networking is important, not just for the first this question, but also the first question about the fundings. Because speaking from the experience, we live in a capitalistic world. You need to, invest money into yourself to get money back. And it's really hard starting from some developing countries because going to the conferences in person is the thing that will bring you connections, that will bring you knowledge about different fundings, because internet is, you have everything on internet, that is true, but that is also a bad thing because you have too many things and you don't know where to search, where to find information. You maybe don't even know about possibilities that you have here locally, and not to talk about like what ACM is offering, what ACM Women's Section is offering. Like there is so many different organizations that are offering different fundings that you are not aware of or you don't know how to apply. And everything is solved by having right connections, and everyone are right connections. Like you don't have to aim for the number one or number two. Every connection is valuable connections. You never know where it will lead. And that goes also with the topics. We are all here very young. So we cannot say like I'm expert. I cannot say that I'm expert in any area. I'm still developing all of the research fields that are open to me. So whoever comes and said like I'm doing this, I'm working on this, I was like I never work on that, but I'm open to start working on that and see what is the intersection with the things that I know and that I am familiar with. I don't want to say again expert in. So everything nowadays is interdisciplinary. So don't run away from the topics that are not yours, like biomedicine, food, nutrition. Those are the topics where everyone, chemists, nutritionists, nurses, computer scientists, everyone can collaborate together. So accept every offer that comes your way and actively seek for the opportunities and meet with the people. Connect on LinkedIn. If you cannot travel a lot, connect on LinkedIn, send an email to the authors. Like actively seek for those connections. Don't just wait for everything to come. As Mr. Boss has said, if you don't ask, you will not get.
Yeah. And a quick tip, usually you will see people who are going to the conference, either they are keynote speakers, delegates and authors, right, who are going to present. But find a conference, if it is happening in your city, where you don't have to travel much, go as a listener. There are some conferences, there is a registration for listeners, but they don't charge. All conferences, they don't charge you for listening. So that is a good way. You go, listen to them, and then you can also contact them again and you can network with them. So it's basically, going to that place again and again where experts are coming. And if they are coming to your city, because see, funding is a big issue. It's not possible that you roam around the world. And you know how many conferences are happening in this area? Like we had one yesterday, 36,000. That means every day there are 100 conferences in computer science and applications. Rest, leave other domains. But if you're getting an opportunity, it is happening in Manila, any good conference, then at least go there as a listener, participate as a listener, but that will also open avenues for you to get connection.
Just one more suggestion here. Concentrate on the novel work and networking. Rest, citations and everything will come automatically, and that's not the only judge of good quality researcher. It's just a way to represent, but it's not the only judge. So novel and network.
Thank you so much. I agree with the networking. In fact, one of our panel here, the first time I saw Doctor, I said, he's so familiar. And when I check, I'm following him in ResearchGate, Dr. Nilanjay. Yeah, so it's really a small world. I'm interested also with his research in machine learning, and I'm actually using his papers in teaching in the graduate school. Yeah, because in the graduate school, that's one of the effective ways to teach budding researchers, like in master's and PhD, to let them do paper analysis, as what one of our speakers said this in their talk. You cannot write if you do not understand papers. So that's the first thing, and I'm really very thankful to that. So I think, and I guess this is a good start for all of us, especially for PWU faculty and student, for the very good networking. So you can get their contact, maybe for future collaborations, like faculty exchange or student exchange, something like that for research. Okay. So does anyone have a question? You have to take the opportunity to collaborate today or ask questions, or yeah, we have there. You can take the mic.
Good day po to our esteemed speakers po. So I would like to ask po, what would happen if there is a research that has a good problem and a good solution, but it either tackles a medical problem or a nature problem that we are currently facing right now? It can be beneficial to the author and also to their local community, but it cannot be published because no one would fund it. What will be your advice po or the strategy for the author po? And in addition, what will happen po to the research po? Will it lead to go to the archives po or still remain nothing po?
I will take this first. We believe, you can sit, no worries. We believe that whatever is written will be published. maybe it gets rejected at 5 places, but still it will be published. Now when we are coming to the funding thing, funding basically came, initially funding was available for doing the project, for doing the experiment, not for open access publication. Funding is needed for open access publication, but without funding also you can publish, right? You can publish to thousands of journals are available. If your work is good, according to, you have to match the scope of your journal. If the content is good and it has quality, automatically it will be published, right? So you don't have to worry about, because as Amit said very clearly, citation or publication is not the important thing. Important thing is your quality work. This is like a byproduct. If you are doing your experiments correctly and you have something available for the community, things will be published, people will read it, automatically they will cite it. But you have to focus should be on your quality work. Focus should, I have been to many institutes and I have seen all these PhD scholars, sometimes they are confused because they see that they have submitted a paper and it is not getting published for 9 months, 10 months. And they panic because, it depends that publication is actually needed for your, even the final thesis. So they really get worried. But you don't have to worry about 4th year in the 1st year. You don't have to worry about 4th year in the 2nd year. Please worry in 4th year. So this is how it builds, So whatever you have done, eventually it will be published. It's not that it is not going to stay somewhere, An archive is something very different. Archive is basically for keeping the content over there so that you can get your review comments, so that your work is not stolen by someone else. That is why all these archives were created, in the first place. So that, this is created by physics people, and they said, why you need to archive? Because in the process of 10 months or 1 year of review process, there is a possibility that your content gets lost, stolen by someone else and published by someone else. It has happened. I can give a small anecdote I will just share. A paper was published by 3 students from China. They submitted the paper June 2021. Mark the dates, June 2021. October 2021, they were returned to the authors, giving some rejection notes and review comments. They submitted the paper again without making any changes to another journal. They also gave certain feedback, and after a month. So 2 journals, lot of feedback comments, rejected. They worked on them, and after 1 year, they submitted that paper. Now that paper was checked and found to be plagiarized. They said, we haven't plagiarized anything. We are working on this paper for last 3 years. 2 journals have rejected it and they have asked us to revise it. We found that paper is published by someone in April 2022. Somewhere, someone has compromised it, right, in the whole process. So we asked the authors, why don't you write to the author who has published your work? That author was very smart, huh? That author replied, what is plagiarism? Plagiarism means copying something from published work. Where is your published work? So see how people get into all these unethical things and they get trapped. So archiving is important. All good journals are respecting that archive thing. It is a way to do it. You can go to Google and say preprint Springer. You will get all the details over there, how to preprint your work. That is important. Thank you.
Just to add here, when he says it's a preprint, so while you are finding a funding agency for your paper to get published, in that scenario also you can make it a preprint. So that 1 year is not wasted and it is legitimate for your work. And then after 1 year, if you find a funder, then you can publish that paper. So that helps to you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that question. As the research director of the Research and Development Office, I'd like to comment on the platforms that we provide in the university. So we have several publication platforms for students, for faculty, and for other personnel. So for visibility, we're putting it online, everything online, so that you will have global visibility. You can have impact of your research as well, based on the citation counts that you will have. So probably if you don't have fund for article processing fee for a journal, you can come to RDO, tell us you would like to publish your work, or you can present your paper in an RDO organized conference or cluster research conferences in the university. So all of these papers presented will be published in compendium, in our multidisciplinary journal, and of course, later on it will be put online so that it can be indexed by at least Google Scholar, among other indexing databases. We've also launched additional publications that is indexed already by Google Scholar. So we will be releasing the first issue this month. We've had, I think, 3 months already with the review process. We've had so far 20% acceptance rate. Most paper submissions were rejected, but some faculty who have submitted, I think 2 or 3 got their acceptance already. So we'll launch it by the end of this month already. And if you're interested to publish based on the scope of your study, you can consider it. You can check the channel, the Facebook page, the website of the university of how to get started, how to publish, looking at the author's guidelines. So thank you for that. If you don't have funds, you can publish it with PWU journals. Thank you.
Review is a voluntary task, so editors have their own life also. And every day morning, there are a lot of papers submitted in our journals, book series and all. So we need some time. And for that, for review process, you have to wait. And the minimal waiting time, sometimes 6 months, sometimes 8 months, sometimes 9 months. And you have to wait for good review. First thing, patience is very important. And if you write every day, what is the status of my journal or my paper, then there will be a common line out of the scope of our work, our journal. It's a very common thing. So that means first thing is you have to be patient. You have to be, you have to wait for a period of time. Second thing is review is always good if the review is quality is good, because at least 2% or 3% is reading your paper, and you should feel happy that there are 2% at least who gone through those papers and come up with some constructive, whatever the decision is, that is different thing, but constructive suggestion. So even if it is a rejection, we always have to take in a positive note. Means rejection means something I am getting to improve. So that means another 6 months or 8 months, so maybe 2 years, sometime 1.5 years, it's okay. So any review is always valuable, and that review needs to be incorporated to improve the paper. A good work published in a bad place, bad avenue, is always bad. And second thing is, there is a short way. Instead of publishing, immediately we can go for copywriting. If it's a software, we can copyright it. If it is a hardware, we can go for patenting. Patenting sometimes takes time, but generally copyright takes very less time. In India, copyright takes 2 to 3 months time, and the charges is very, very less, 500, something like that, Indian money, INR. But copyright something, patenting something takes 3 years, 2, 3 years, 4 years time. So any work, if it is a novel work, so if you are publishing, instead of waiting for that period, meanwhile you can file a IPR. So once you file an IPR, that means you have that right so that you can claim later. This kind of situation you might not face. So for our student, we always ask, if the work is okay, it's fine, go for copywriting. If it is copywriting, it's protected, then you wait and wait and wait until the good reviews comes and paper get accepted in a proper place. Thank you.
That 1 year, so many people will be handling your paper and you don't know where exactly it is going and who all are checking it. So if you are not archiving it and you are not putting the content somewhere where it is being protected, so someone will steal it, and people who will steal it, it is very difficult to find that. This whole process of finding unethical people is not easy. So that is why it's important that you put it somewhere where it is protected, where the number or tracking number will come. See, it's easy. You just put it there, you will get a tracking number for assigned number from archive. You just refer it in your paper. In reference, you put it. And then when your paper is published, you put other way. So your paper in archive will be linked to your original paper, which is published now. So everything is done.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Dasig say it's okay, but I have one more question. Yeah, regarding the the many kind of researches, publication journals which are classified as predatory, because there are some Scopus Index journals which falls to be predatory. I think some Filipinos encounter that. So what can you advise so that we will be able to distinguish or to prevent? Because, just like what Professor have said, the things that we write is our original work. And we really put all our effort, our brains to that. And in my opinion, I cannot really publish it to any kind of journal. I have to publish it to a high-quality journal in which it will not be retract after 2 years or 3 years. So my H-index or H10 will remain, because I have many friends. Like last year, H-index is, let's say, this value, and then it got lowered the following year. So what can you advise to our researchers?
Okay. This is something like there are a lot of things to mention, but I just want to mention 2-3 things. One is, as you mentioned, there can be clone journal, first thing. So journal names is almost similar, everything is similar, so it's a completely replica. So
you need to understand that is a journal is a clone journal or not. So I think Anindra will mention there is a list. In that list it is mentioned which journal is a valid journal, which journal is not valid journal. It's a BIAL's list. So that list is mentioned. So you need to check that one. Second thing is the SNIP score in Scopus journal. If the journal Scopus index SNIP score is very less, then sometime it is not, it's a risky, maybe it got delisted. So you need to check SNIP score. There is see, predatory journals, I'm not talking about that, but one thing you need to understand, review process takes some time. And if the review process is very, very fast, it's suspicious. That means if someone is publishing very fast, too many papers is always something you have to look into it. And another thing is the impact factor, those crazy numbers. If someone is saying impact factor 5 or 7, means you have to dig and you have to go and you have to search, is that impact factor is proper or not? Means that every year in June, July month, there is a list comes out for the impact factor. And you need to check in that list that it is original or not. Because there are a lot of different indexing bodies also who are giving impact factors. So it's not accepted. So these instead of chasing those numbers, we need to find out what they published, what type of paper they published, what is the quality of the paper. Then you should focus, I will publish there or not. So it should be like studying the previous paper which already published in that journal. If you think those papers are not quality paper, then I should try to not go into that. As I mentioned, good paper publishing in a bad place is very bad.
Let me just give you a small information. We are talking about fake journals or not good journals. You know there is a body called Scopus. Scopus indexes journals and books, right? And someday I found there is another indexing body called Scope. They created a fake index. It's not a fake, but in a way, they just wanted to confuse you with the Scopus. Now people are going and indexing on Scope. Now what is Scope? Nothing. And many institutions, good authors, they fall for these things. And that is why I talked about that BIAL's list. You won't believe when BIAL created that list, many publishers, not good publishers but bad publishers, threatened him. He has taken away that whole thing. Then government of US, they said, okay, we will support you. And then again it was re-established and that list came. Otherwise, people who are doing business unethically, they will do their everything to run their business. So it's a difficult thing, but ethics is the only way forward,
Okay, thank you so much. So I guess we can wrap up for today. Thank you so much to our panel here. We've learned a lot, and this is a very fruitful and productive session for this weekend. So thank you so much, and to our participants, thank you so much, and good day to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Carrying on, please remain on stage, Dr. Dasig and Dr. Minshrita Dumlao, to do the honor of awarding the certificate of our speakers. And also, may I kindly ask your presence here on stage, Dr. Sornosa, Director of Graduate Studies. Okay. Okay, to do the honor of awarding the certificate to our speaker this afternoon, or this evening rather, please allow me to read the citation. Plaque of recognition is awarded to Dr. Amit Joshi, Research Director, Global Knowledge Research Foundation, India, for his invaluable service rendered as a keynote speaker during the PWU Research Masterclass with a theme AI-guided writing clinics for funding approval and research methodologies and journal publication writing. Held on December 12, 2025 here at Conrado Benitez Hall, Philippine Women's University. Signed, Dr. Felina C. Young, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, University President. Next, plaque of AFRI's recognition is awarded to Ananda Bose, Executive Director, Interdisciplinary Applied Sciences, Computational Intelligence, and Energy Spring Coordinator, London, United Kingdom, for his invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker during the PWU Research Masterclass. Signed, Dr. Felina C. Young, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, University President. Okay. Next, we have Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Eva Tuba, Assistant Professor, Computer Science at Trinity University, San Antonio, Texas, USA, for his invaluable service rendered as a panelist during the PWU Research Masterclass. Okay, plaque of recognition is awarded to Prof. Dr. Nilanjan Day, Professor, International Newton, Visiting Fellow Biomedical Engineering, University of Reading, United Kingdom, for his invaluable service rendered as resource speaker during the PWU Research Masterclass. Last but not the least, Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Mr. Mihir Chao Uhan, Director, Scholastic India Program Secretary, for your distinguished presence as a visiting international guest during the PWU Research Masterclass with a theme EI-guided writing clinics for funding approval and research methodologies and journal publication writing, held on December 12, 2025 at Conrado Benitez Hall, Philippine Women's University. Signed, Dr. Felina C. Young, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, University President. Once again, thank you to our resource speakers, panelists, our research director, okay, and our moderator. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to receive your certificate from the Research and Development Office, please complete our online feedback form. You can scan the QR code display on the screen. The feedback form will officially close at 7 p.m. this evening, so we encourage you to register and complete it now. Okay, so let's have a final photo. We invite everyone. Okay, we will invite our students also. Okay, so let us invite everyone to go in front for our photo opportunity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Doc. Okay, this concludes our research masterclass for today. Thank you for your participation and attention. I hope you enjoyed the 2025 PWU Research Masterclass for today. I hope you enjoyed that. Safe travels home, everyone, and advance Merry Christmas. Go PWU Patriots, truly at PWU Research is alive. Mabuhay ang mga Pilipinong tagapagsaliksik.